Okay, we're streaming live and I'm hitting record. The meeting is yours, Madam Chair.
Okay, good evening. I now call the December 8th, 2020 remote meeting of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education to order. All board members are participating by simultaneous communication. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Board members, as I call your name, please say present. Board Member Rhonda Cheek.
Present.
Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones. You're on mute, Dr. Jones.
Present.
Thank you. Board Member Carol Sawyer.
You're muted.
Present.
Board Member Margaret Marshall.
Present.
Board Member Sean Strain.
Present.
Board Member Lenora Shipp.
Present.
Board Member Jennifer Delahara.
Present.
Board Vice Chair Thelma Byers Bailey.
Present.
Board Chair Elise Dashew.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum with 9 members present.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion from Thelma Byers Bailey, second from Lenora Shipp. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands and say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, that agenda is adopted by unanimous vote of 9-0. And now I'm going to call on Board Member Sean Strain to introduce this evening's pledge leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing our student pledge leader, who will be Ethan Gran from Ray Farms STEAM Academy. Ethan is a 5th grader at Ray Farms. His favorite subjects in school are math and science, and he thinks his teacher, Mr. Hughes, is the greatest. Outside of school, he loves to play football, cheer for the Seattle Seahawks, play video games, and hang out with his family. Ethan wants to be an architect when he grows up. Ethan was nominated as his class's November CEO, which is Chief Example for Others, for exhibiting his school's Falcon 4 rules: being respectful, being responsible, being safe, and being a leader. Ethan, thank you very much. You want to lead us through the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now I'm going to tell you about being fair and being just. Being fair is very important because we do not want one person to have everything while the other person has nothing. Being just is a good trait to have because following the rules is a great way to keep the community safe. One way I demonstrate justice and fairness is to make sure everyone has a turn to talk and be heard. This is important because they probably have something helpful to say. We can be fair and just by sharing. For example, if someone does not have enough of an item or a belonging, we could help them by sharing some of our materials. This can help others be successful in life and have equal chances to succeed.
Thank you. That's perfect message for tonight. I appreciate that, Ethan. Great job. Okay, I am now going to turn the virtual gavel over to Superintendent Winston to lead the board in the election of the board chairperson.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. I have the honor this evening. First, I will start off by reviewing the procedure. The election of the chairperson of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education will proceed according to the following procedure. I will first call for nominations. The nominations will continue until every member who desires to do so has had an opportunity to place a name in nomination or until a motion is approved by the board to close nominations. After the nominations are closed, if there is more than one nomination for the seat, I will call for votes for each person in the order in which they were nominated. The first person who receives a majority of the votes of those board members present will be elected as the new chair and will assume office immediately. So with that, we will begin nominations. The floor is now open for nominations for the chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education. I believe I see Dr. Jones, your hand raised. Could you unmute yourself, Dr. Jones?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Superintendent, I nominate Elise Dashew for Charlotte Mecklenburg School Board Chairperson.
Ms. Dashew has been nominated. It appearing that all board members have had the opportunity to place a name in nomination, do I hear, it has already been motioned, but is there a second to close nominations?
Second.
I
So
make
the
a motion that we close nominations.
So the motion has been made and properly second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand and saying yes.
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 All opposed by like sign? I now declare the nominations closed. Congratulations, Ms. Dashew.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. So I guess it's back over to me to handle the election of the vice chairperson. All right. So thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have a question for Madam General Counsel. So I believe that closes the nomination. Now we actually have to have the election. My congratulations was premature.
Okay.
Okay, so now we are ready for the election. All in favor of Elise Dashew for chair of the Board of Education, please indicate by raising your hand and saying yes.
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 Excellent. There being 9 votes for Elise Dashew, the voting is now closed and I declare Elise Dashew has been elected chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education. I will now congratulate Ms. Dashew and turn the gavel over to Chairwoman Dashew to lead the Board of Education in the election of the board's vice chairperson.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Superintendent and colleagues. Thank you again. All right, so the procedure will be similar for the election of the vice chair. The procedure of the election of the vice chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education will proceed according to the following. I will call for nominations. The nominations will continue until every member who desires to do so has had an opportunity to place a name in nomination or until a motion is approved by the board to close nominations. After the nominations are closed, if there is more than one nomination for the seat, I will call for votes for each person in the order in which they were nominated. The first person who receives a majority of the votes of those board members present will be elected as the new vice chair and will soon assume office immediately. So the floor is now open for nominations for the vice chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education. Jennifer De La Hara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I nominate Thelma Byers-Bailey for vice chair.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh boy, a bunch of seconds. All right, with the motion on the table from Ms. De La Hara, a second from Ms. Shipp. Are there any more nominations? So do I hear a motion and a second to close the nominations?
Motion to close nominations.
Second.
All right. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand and saying yes. Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, so the nominations are closed. We're now ready for the election. All in favor of Thelma Byers Bailey for Vice Chair of the Board of Education, please indicate by raising your hand and saying yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, there being 9, let's see here. Okay, yes, there being 9 votes for Thelma Byers Bailey. The voting is now closed, and I declare that Thelma Byers Bailey has been elected Vice Chair of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Board of Education. So congratulations, Ms. Byers Bailey. The partnership.
Thank you very much for your vote of confidence.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. So now we are going to move on to the public hearing. Colleagues, we have a public hearing on the proposed changes to policy JKD, and the rules are as follows. Each speaker will be called in to speak one at a time. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board. Groups will have 10 minutes. Each speaker may only talk about the topic that is the subject of this public hearing. Individual student matters or specific personnel matters may not be discussed. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed. And the board reserves the right to cut off and mute any violates these rules. So it looks like we have one speaker signed up for this public hearing, and that is Gregory D. Rankin. Mr. Rankin, are you here? Ms. Kelly, oh, there he is. Okay, great. Go ahead, Mr. Rankin.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. First, I would like to thank school board members, Superintendent Winston, Dr. Lisa Barnes and her team, the CMS legal team, and CMS staff members for the work that's gone into the proposed changes to policy JKD. Thanks to the policy committee for initially reviewing the policy and acknowledging there was a needed change to this policy, which addresses student suspensions. I'd also like to thank the Black Political Caucus Education Committee, where I serve as chair of that committee, as well as the Student Wellness Subcommittee of the larger CMS Equity Committee, where I serve as co-chair of the subcommittee along with Dr. Betty Ray Butler. The recommendations that were submitted by both of these bodies were taken in consideration, and we definitely appreciate it. As many of you know, the data proves that short-term out-of-school suspensions affect Black and Brown students at a disproportionate rate. Approving the changes to policy JKD is a step in the right direction to decreasing student suspensions. The implementation of the review process that the board made for K-2 suspensions drastically dropped suspension rates of those students within kindergarten through 2nd grade. If the approved changes to JKD are passed, then I believe the same decrease in short-term suspensions can occur district-wide. First, I ask that you approve the presented changes to policy JKD. But I noticed that there is not a required response time for CMS staff to respond to parents once the appeal/review has been requested. Without a proper response to the parent, it negates the changes within the policy. If this required response time is not in the policy, I am asking that it is included within the regulation. CMS staff should respond to the parent no later than 48 hours of their decision on the appeal/review. I understand that regulations are written by staff, CMS staff, and I'm asking that if it is included in the regulation, that the board works closely with Superintendent Winston and the student discipline team to ensure that the requested time to respond to parents is included in the regulation. Thank you for your time.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Madam Clerk, did we receive any emails regarding the proposed revisions to JKD?
Madam Chair, there are none.
Okay, all right. Well, in that case, I now declare this public hearing closed, and we will move on to requests from the public. With requests from the public, the rules are as follows. Each speaker will be called in to speak one at a time unless you are part of a group. Each speaker will have a maximum of 2 minutes to address the board. Groups will have 7 minutes. Each speaker may speak to the topic of their choice, except for individual student matters or specific personnel matters. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Profanity or other inappropriate language will not be allowed. And the board reserves the right to cut off and mute any speaker who violates these rules. And with that, will you please allow the first group in, which is Crystal Johnson, Vivian Hauer, Thomas Hunter, and Jeffrey Foster. And just before the group starts, I will note that the speaker after them will be Leslie Ann Nielsen.
Madam Speaker, before you start the clock on them, I'm going to have to go to video off for a while my computer signal is buffering.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. So Ms. Johnson and team, you are ready to go whenever you wish, and we will have a beeper that will signal when your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Crystal Johnson, and I, along with my colleagues, Jeffrey Foster, Karen McLean, and Raquan Smith, are doctoral students at UNC Charlotte. This semester, we had a unique opportunity to build meaningful relationships with 2 brilliant CMS students while sharing ways to positively self-advocate and address policies that have directly impacted them and other members of their community. Thomas Hunter, better known as TJ, is a self-proclaimed sneakerhead, and he enjoys baseball. His infectious smile behind his locks can capture anyone's heart. Vivian is my mini-me. We're both the oldest girl in our family, and we know the great responsibility that it takes to care for the ones that we love. She keeps a fire playlist, and exchanging the latest songs have grown to be one of our greatest hobbies. Tonight, you will have the opportunity to hear from the voices of these amazing young people. I present to you TJ and Vivian.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Hunter.
My name is Vivian Howard, and I am a student. Our purpose for speaking with you today is to share the instructional experience that we and many of our peers have faced during the present COVID-19 pandemic. During the COVID-19 pandemic, changes in grading and due dates created obstacles for me. There have been many late nights and school assignments have consumed my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I've had to put things that I personally enjoy doing aside. It has been very stressful to balance it all and get accustomed to a new school routine. I love learning, but now my focus is on just completing assignments rather than synthesizing the material. A lot of teachers have adjusted their instruction time, which helps minimize our screen time. I think that teachers could maybe do some things differently while still keeping the content rich. As a student, I would ask that the board consider surveying or getting input from students like me, especially about our learning experiences. Remote learning has impacted us in many ways, but if our voice is considered, it can birth new ideas. If asked, I would gladly give my perspective on how instruction could be improved.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, all the instruction changes have been difficult to process and has personally impacted my mental health. Many students like myself are trying their best to do well in school, but several students are suffering from anxiety and depression. I want to make sure that we are all successful academically, but virtually, schooling has been mentally, physically, and taxing. I will hope that teachers listening tonight will take these things into consideration while teaching us. This pandemic has been hard on everyone. I think we could all give it more grace and consideration. I believe what's needed in equality is instruction across the district. For me, that would be the most beneficial. Next year, I'll be a senior. Because I'm more of a hands-on learner, I hope that the pandemic will be behind us and that we can return face-to-face. If not, I hope that something that I said tonight will be remembered by each of you and many teachers listening so that me and my peers, the class of 2022, can have a successful senior year. This present time that we're in is a great opportunity for the district to become more creative, innovative, and have an open mind to approach instruction in a way that yields success for all students. CMS historically uses difficult moments to lead policy in a new direction for the students. We could all love the opportunity to speak with Superintendent Winston to discuss our unique experiences and tonight those learning pandemics. Thank you for your time.
We would like to thank you for taking time to listen to our scholars. These students have worked hard to share their narrative with you because until now, no one has asked them about their feelings. These are our future leaders and maybe even the next school board member, superintendent, governor, or president of the United States of America. We hope that you have been just as inspired by these young scholars as we have become. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Foster, students. Really appreciate that. Next, we have Leslie Ann Nielsen, and then after Ms. Nielsen, we have another group, which is made up of Cindy Medrano, Henry Romero, Dariana Gonzalez Aguilar, and Ian Joyce. And with that, I will to Leslie Ann Nielsen.
Hello, my name is Leslie Nielsen. I am a middle school teacher and a member of STAC. I'm here today to advocate for my students and colleagues, especially those who are back in the school buildings right now. Our elementary and K-8 teachers have been asked to do the impossible, teach both in person and online at the same time. They are working at a breakneck speed and will not be able to maintain this for very long term. And the safety and health of our students and teachers must come first. We need to return to Plan C. Meanwhile, the numbers are rising in Charlotte and North Carolina and across the country. To quote Mandy Cohen from today, we are in critical viral spread. We are at war with this virus and our teachers are fighting in the trenches, armed with Clorox wipes and face masks, while our commanders are leading from the comfort of their living rooms. Our HR department is making life or death decisions for us, and teachers are being forced to make the impossible choice of having to work and risk bringing the virus home to vulnerable loved ones or to quit their jobs that they love. We are being told that no cases of the virus are being contracted in the schools, that they are all community spread. But I'm here to tell you folks, we are the community. We live and interact with our communities like everyone else does. So it is not reassuring to us that cases aren't being contracted in the schools. I have been in my classroom teaching remotely since August because that is my choice that works for me. I am trying to forge relationships with kids over a computer screen. It doesn't even come close to the relationships I get to enjoy during a regular school year. But I know that as long as my kids come to my class and know that I care and enjoy the time that I'm spending with them, then we are all successful right now. Imagine how that would feel to them if I were to get sick and need to be out for a long period of time. And now CMS is advocating for teachers to be among the first to get the vaccine, an untested and unvetted vaccine that should go to our first responders. You want us to be the first to get a shot that has not been shown to be effective? As my kids would say, that's sus.
All right, thank you. Next, we have the group of Ms. Medrano Romero, Ms. Aguilar, and Mr. Joyce. And following them, there's another group. If you all could get ready, it would be Chris Reed, Natasha Lipscomb, Bill Kessler, and Zonia Glover. So Mr. Joyce and your group, if you could go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Superintendent Winston, Madam Chair, and members of the CMS board. My name is Henry Romero, and I am a senior in East Mecklenburg High's IB program.
Good evening. My name is Dariana Gonzalez, and I'm also an IB senior at East Mecklenburg High School.
Good evening. My name is Ian Joyce, and I have the privilege of working with these two amazing scholars in the Gen 1 program.
We would like to use our allotted time to speak on the inequity surrounding low-income and minority students applying to CMS magnet schools, and also to propose solutions that could assist in closing the opportunity gap present in the process. Exactly 1 week ago, I was on a Zoom call with my biggest supporters and mentors from the CMS partner organization, Gen 1 Charlotte. I opened my college portal to see if I had received a full ride to one of the 7 schools I applied to through a program called QuestBridge. I am ecstatic to say I'll be the very first person in my family to ever go to college, and I will be attending Emory University on a full ride scholarship. I intend on majoring in bioethics and possibly minoring in community building and social change. Honestly, I wouldn't have been able to earn this scholarship and overcome the generational barriers affecting my family if it wasn't for my 8th grade advisory period in middle school. In this advisory period, I had one-on-one support and guidance through the magnet lottery process from my favorite teacher. I was able to get into an IB program where I took rigorous courses and was able to flourish as a student. Again, the opportunities presented to me started by a chance interaction with a teacher who cared enough to spend time guiding me through the process. This crucial resource is vacant in CMS. I've met students in low-income and minority communities who don't even know they had a chance of which middle school or high school they can attend. Also, COVID-19 has disrupted access to the little resources these students did have, and they will be left at an even bigger disadvantage than before. This is why I am proposing that CMS confront these inequities head-on and implement the following solutions. Mandatory advisory periods in 5th and 8th grade classrooms where students can be guided through applying for the lottery with a curriculum created by CMS staff. Also, it is imperative to provide training to teachers who will be guiding these students through the process. Not only that, I want CMS to take initiative and reach out to low-income students and potentially meet with Gen 1 scholars again in order to get feedback on how to best implement these solutions. I want to make it clear, these inequities have to be solved because low-income and minority populations in CMS are most affected. The fastest growing demographic in CMS schools is Hispanic or Latino, and far too many are being left behind because they don't speak English. You have to cater to the needs of minorities because they are a huge portion of your student body, and when these students are given the resources, they are not only able to accomplish great things for themselves, but also for their communities. Students like Dariana and I feel the need to close the opportunity gap present in CMS because you guys aren't providing sufficient resources to make that happen.
As a Mexican immigrant and first-generation student, I had a first-hand experience of the obstacles non-English speaking parents in particular face when their children are transitioning to middle school and high school. My parents had heard about the lottery application and knew that it could be used to enroll me in a middle school other than my home school, but the language barrier and their unfamiliarity with technology prevented them from applying. While I'm grateful for the experiences I had at my home school, Eastway Middle School, I recognize that communication barriers prevented me from enrolling in more challenging courses at an IB middle school. Helping children to transition to middle school and high school shouldn't be so difficult for parents, but at the moment it is, especially for English learning parents who have to navigate a system that isn't equipped to help them. When lottery applications open, many English learning parents remain unaware of the application because students are not prepared to relay that information to them. And parents that are aware of what the lottery application is, like my own, struggle to navigate it because of unfamiliarity with technology, English, or the programs available at CMS schools. When schools were opened, assemblies for bilingual families were one of the few ways that information about filling out the lottery application could be given to parents. With the COVID-19 pandemic, in-person assemblies are no longer an option. Ultimately, if the bilingual community was already kept in the dark with regards to the lottery application process, it is now struggling even more. For these reasons, we ask that the following measures be taken to aid district parent communication. Continue to hold parent-teacher organizations online to increase accessibility of school-sponsored events to parents and integrate lessons on applying to the CMS lottery into these organizations to ensure that accurate information is given directly to parents. Include a tab with lottery application information under the family section of the CMS website, where parents may benefit from multilingual resources like video tutorials and application instructions. And finally, for parents who are less comfortable with online resources, we request that multilingual flyers containing step-by-step instructions on how to apply to the CMS lottery be sent to families in the contact information folders that CMS students already receive at the start of each school year. It is important to recognize that a large percentage of students in CMS come from non-English speaking families. Having a lottery application system that fails to communicate effectively with these families is fundamentally becoming a barrier between their students and their chances of attending and remaining schools where they will be successful. In a personal attempt to close the opportunity gap in CMS, I decided to guide my neighbors who came from non-English speaking families through the lottery application because I understood the obstacle that communication posed for them. Removing the communication barrier and mentoring my neighbors made all the difference for them, as they were all able to attend schools where they were more happy and challenged. CMS has the ability to make this a reality for students across the district, and it's time to make that happen.
I want to begin by emphasizing that Dariana took the time to mentor her neighbors through the magnet lottery process when they were unaware of the opportunities that existed. We have seen multiple CMS students and their family members who are currently a part of the Gen 1 program assist neighbors, relatives, and their surrounding community members to understand what the magnet lottery was and how to apply. They are such incredible leaders. And because of that, we would like to invite the superintendent and any CMS school board member interested in seeking further perspectives from the Gen 1 student body and family members to meet with our community so that together we can co-create solutions that can work across the district to end these inequities, like some of the ideas and solutions offered by these two amazing students. We believe that CMS has the ability to train and empower students and community leaders like Henry and Dariana to disseminate accurate and timely magnet lottery information and knowledge within their own communities. So together we can co-create solutions for how to increase access and participation for our families from low-income backgrounds. So many equity ideas and solutions exist right here within our school communities through amazing students and families like these. And it's our hope that CMS will work as hard as possible to engage them first in our work during equity. Thank you for your time and solutions.
Very much. So our next group is Chris Reed, Natasha Lipscomb, Bill Kessler, and Zonia Glover. And then after them, the next two speakers, if you could get ready, would be Kim Wise and then Steve Oreskovic. So Mr. Reed and your group, go right ahead as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good evening to yourself and to Superintendent Winston and to the other members of the school board. We just wanted to say that we have been working with Henry Romero and Dariana Gonzalez, who have just presented, and they are bright, inquisitive, hardworking, and very effective at presenting who they are. We have had the privilege of working with the Gen 1 organization that preceded us for the past few months as collaborators in a virtual environment. It has been our collective intention to note just how impressed we have been with these students and their leadership. They have demonstrated a deeply sincere commitment to helping students like themselves have greater access to various college preparatory mechanisms. They've lived through this project and really want to see them become better with their time. So as many students as possible have the ability to take advantage of the offerings within CMS. As for our group, we are the students of the UNC Charlotte Curriculum and Instruction Program, focusing on urban education. Some of our colleagues have presented to you earlier in the evening. And as a part of our Leaders in the Making program, we have been tasked with building relationships with district students and assisting them with positive self-advocacy projects so that you can hear directly from their mouths regarding their personal experiences. As you have already heard, the students chose to speak about their experiences with access to IB and magnet programming. And I again must mention the inspiration that their sincerity about this engenders. As outgoing seniors, they have presented to you the sole intention of facilitating greater access for the students that will come behind them, and we are in awe of their efforts.
Mr. Kessler, it looks like you're trying to speak. You can unmute by hitting the space bar, if that helps.
Thank you. Is that better? Can you hear me now, Madam Chairwoman?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me. Thank you. So my name is Bill Kessler, and good evening to the superintendent, Superintendent Winston, and again, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. I've been fortunate to work with this group and these students, and just want to say that as we remember, Dariana said how being a Mexican immigrant and first generation student mattered in the lottery application process, and how much that mattered to her personally. She wanted to express how the language barrier, unfamiliarity with technology were things that impacted her enrollment process. Henry informed us that he would not have been able to earn his scholarship and disrupt the cycles of economic disenfranchisement affecting his family and community if it was not for his 8th grade advisory period he experienced in middle school and the one-on-one support and guidance he received through the magnet lottery process. We hope that through the sharing of their experiences, our Gen 1 collaborating students are able to inspire the board to create a space to continue conversations with them about the thoughts and experiences of first-generation American students, immigrant families, and ESL populations regarding participation in the district's IB and magnet options. Again, we're very thankful. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for listening to these scholars and great leaders. And thanks for helping Gen 1 and us through this process. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Anyone else from your group speaking? All right, thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next we will have Kim Wise, followed by Steve Oreskovic, and after Mr. Oreskovic will be Chuck Nuzinoff. Ms. Wise, go right ahead whenever you're ready.
She may not realize she's muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
We see you and we hear you.
Awesome. Very different on this end of the Zoom. But thank you, Madam Chair, the school board, and superintendent for letting me speak. I am a CMS parent. I am also a CMS teacher, my learning community's teacher of the year, and serve on the superintendent's teacher advisory council. As a parent, I must advocate for what is right for my child. But as a teacher, I must advocate for what is right for all my students, who are your children. During this pandemic, teachers, bus drivers, custodians, and other school building personnel are the frontline workers. We are the ones in the trenches. You placed your trust in us to nurture and to keep your children safe. But how is CMS looking out for its frontline workers and keeping us safe so we can be our best for your children? CMS is currently experiencing a cultural division. Fingers are being pointed instead of taking responsibility. It was publicized that teachers and bus drivers are why the school buildings are not being opened. We are being criticized for not willing to risk our lives and our family health. Some say we're selfish and should leave the profession. Their wishes are being granted because the shortage is growing. Then there are those who say that we are just lazy and just want to stay home. But there is nothing further from the truth. I am a full remote middle school teacher, and it is both mentally and physically draining. I spend my days talking to my laptop screen, Zoom sharing on a second monitor, and then have Chrome open on my desktop computer. I spend many evenings redesigning lessons and grading assignments. I take breaks to eat dinner with my family. COVID is taking a toll on the mental well-being of all of us, and this learning environment is not sustainable. We need the CMS culture to unify by showing compassion and to take care of our frontline workers, because a person who feels appreciated will always do more than what's expected. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. Oreskovic, you're up next, and then we'll have Chuck Nuzinoff and then Erica Taylor.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Steve Oreskovic, teacher, parent, STAC co-chair, and NCAE member. Many maintain multiplying metrics merely means masking mandates. Some say spread stays out of schools, while in truth, emulating empathy empowers and eliminates doubt. Pause for Plan C, fully remote, for at least the third quarter, if not the entire second semester. Masks. We are not discussing the efficacy of wearing a mask during a pandemic, but there are some students who can't wear one. The district has created a form by which parents may opt their child out of wearing a mask by simply checking a box. I question and disagree with the logic of this approach. Wake County offers a masking exemption form, but requires extensive medical documentation. I would advocate that CMS leadership change our policy and do as any good conservative would argue: trust but verify. No medical documentation means you should wear a mask, period. We have a responsibility to each other in this district, and none of us shed our right to life at the schoolhouse gate. Insight survey. We need CMS leadership to reinstate the public insight survey, which gathers teachers' opinions about a variety of subjects concerning our district and individual schools. Not continuing this survey during the pandemic is a mistake that should not sit well with anyone interested in the success of our schools. If teachers will be subjected to observations using an instrument that's not calibrated to online teaching and learning, then the least the district can do is to continue to solicit our feedback. This is the best time to learn and grow from our successes and missteps. Barbara Jordan said it best: if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Well, our chairs are ready. So say we all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oreskovic. Next up, we have Chuck Nuzinoff, followed by Erica Taylor, and then Nikki Kirsch.
Well, good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Superintendent Winston. It's been a while, and I appreciate the opportunity. Last time I spoke in front of the school board, I think it was about instructional leadership teams and illiteracy and improving student outcomes from wall to wall. And I've had the opportunity to work under many a superintendent. And in my return to CMS in the last year under Superintendent Winston, I'm excited to be a 7th grade math teacher at Ridge Road Middle School. I hope my kids are doing their homework. Just throwing it out there if you're watching. It's due on Thursday. On a side note, I'm here to speak on a more personal matter, and that's the decision that you have to make tonight. And I appreciate all of the weight of the decision that you'll be faced with, but I want to share a personal story. I returned to CMS after finding out that I had a bad mitral valve. And on June 24th of 2019, I had the pleasure of going through open heart surgery. And on June 25th of 2019, I woke up in the ICU. I've seen the lights, I've heard the breathing machines, I've listened to the doctors and nurses hover about me as they pulled the tubes out, and I've opened my eyes to see my wife and my son as they prayed over me, making sure that I would recuperate and become the man that I am today, leading and serving kids across this county. I say this because I am the face of comorbidity across this district. You may not know it. It may be hidden. I serve kids every single day. I serve my principal in my schools. I will continue to serve the students across this county and this state as long as the good Lord will let me. But I want to make sure that I put a touch of personal on this and understand that though we see numbers of 19,000 employees, each story leads to an individual, and each individual has that story. So I hope as you make that decision, you remember the holy trinity of student, teacher, and curriculum, because that's where the magic happens. And for every teacher that's in place making that magic happen, we have students like you've seen tonight that have inspired me to go to even greater lengths through this pandemic. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
There you go.
We're ready when you are, Ms. Taylor.
Hi, my name is Erica Taylor, and I am a CMS 8th grade social studies teacher.
Thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to advocate for the safety and health of my students and other teachers. First of all, I want to say that teachers, myself included, want and understand more than anyone the importance of having students back in the building. We understand more than anyone the struggles of remote learning because we're in it daily. It's a lot for the students and their families. It's also a lot for us. While we want to be back in the classrooms, we also want our students, ourselves, and all families involved to stay healthy. With case numbers on the rise, it's very concerning to think about going back into the building. It's very concerning that day-to-day logistics, like students forgetting a Chromebook, aren't being discussed. The health of all parties involved should be the top priority. We really hope that you actually consider our voices tonight and that they definitely influence your decision. We have day-to-day expertise. We're in the trenches, like we've all said, but we just hope that you consider this tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I made a mistake. I had jumped down the list too far with the other future names that I listed. So next will be Tamika Truesdale, followed by Catherine Eason, and then Glenn Stevens. And Ms. Truesdale, you're up.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Tamika Truesdale. I am the 2020 Northwest Teacher of the Year. I'm a member of NCAE, CMA, and I am recovering from COVID. I speak tonight not only for myself, but on behalf of my colleagues across the district. I speak tonight asking the board to consider returning to full remote learning. At the start of the school year, I was the teacher saying, I can't wait to go back into the building. I don't want to teach virtually all year. Well, on November 19th, that all changed. That was the day my husband tested positive for this deadly virus. COVID-19 entered my home and it has turned our world upside down. During his recovery, I developed symptoms. I am thankful to report that we both are recovering. However, this experience has shaken my confidence and the feeling of security of entering any school building. Examples throughout the district include students being sent to school when parents are displaying symptoms, getting tested for the virus, and college-age siblings coming home with the virus. District staff is afraid to go into schools. We are not afraid of learning new technology to engage our students. We are not afraid that we must educate students to make 2 years worth of growth to show our value added in EVAS. But we are afraid of contracting a virus that can potentially kill us. As educators, we use data to inform our instructional decision to impact our students. We often ask ourselves, is this working, or do we need to change what we're doing? Tonight, I ask, is the board using data to drive its decisions?
Thank you, Ms. Truesdale. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're doing better with your health.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Eason, and then Glenn Stevens, and then it will be Sarah Bryan. So Ms. Eason, you're up.
Hello, everyone. I'm Catherine Eason. I'm a parent here at CMS of 2 children who are in the elementary system. And I wanted to speak today as a parent that is really concerned more about the faculty and staff than I am about my children. I'm coming actually with 2 very specific asks in that relationship. Basically, the biggest piece that I'm looking at is, and was discussed by our speaker at the beginning of the meeting, on fairness and judgment and the importance of communicating clearly to one another. And while I respect the board and what it is doing to meet and pay attention to the very extensive state and federal guidelines, I think that there are voices at the table that are missing. And those voices are the faculty and staff and their needs are very real and need to be heard on a very clear way and basis. And I think that things need to be communicated as well more clearly. As a parent, I can speak to the metrics related to COVID-19. My children were originally enrolled in Plan B. And when the schools opened up, I quickly contacted their principal and enrolled in full remote academy, because it is clearly not safe, particularly going into the winter. That was very clearly stated as being a problem. And I recognize the emotional strain that's going for them and their teachers and their friends. And I think the biggest and most important, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we have Glenn Stevens, followed by Sarah Bryan, and then Justin Parmenter.
Thank you, Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools Board of Education, members of for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. Let me thank the classroom educators, building level supervisors, school nurses, custodians, office staff, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and all other district personnel, 95% of whom are working countless hours to support our students because they, like parents, agree with the following statement, quote, "We believe that students matter most in our community and that they each deserve the best education possible to fulfill their highest potentials. We believe that to break the link between poverty, race, and academic performance, equality of high expectation must be met by equitable allocation of talented educators, leaders, resources, and supports," unquote. Evidence strongly supports the need of students, particularly in the early grades, to be in the classroom with highly qualified educators. Strongly supports the conclusions around the state, nation, and international community that the surges in coronavirus are not fueled in our schools. Strongly suggests that more students are failing classes which are presented using the virtual model. Strongly suggests that our exceptional and disabled children and ethnic minorities are being disproportionately and adversely affected by the lack of in-person contact with highly qualified educators. Despite the statement of the CMS Board of Education and CMS leadership on their own website, they continue to enact policies which are against the best interest of our students, which are against the guidance of the governor's office, ignores the best guidance of medical experts whom they called to give testimony regarding the school calendar, and ignores 9 months of data from numerous studies across multiple states and nations, and direct testimonies from our own nation's top epidemiological minds that not only can students be in the classrooms, but they should be in the classrooms. All of the above should lead us to conclude. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. All right, next we have Sarah Bryan, followed by Justin Parmenter, and then Melissa Woodruff. And Ms. Bryan, go right ahead. You muted.
Oh, am I muted?
You're good now. You're unmuted
All right,
now.
wonderful. Thank you. Hi, I am the mother of a CMS kindergartner, a CMS middle school teacher, and also a CMS graduate, class of 2001. Leaders, I commend you for reverting back to the original order for tonight's agenda. Thank you for heeding the concerns of your community. I hope you do the same for us tonight. The oft-quoted adage penned by Henry Adams explains the influential impact of education. A teacher affects eternity. They can never tell where their influence stops. It's plastered on coffee mugs and tote bags, yet what many do not realize is that in the context of his whole piece, Henry Adams was lamenting the long-lasting consequences of educators messing it up. Henry Adams wrote upon his time as an assistant professor at Harvard, reflecting that so many of those in academia were not up for this monumental task, himself included. Adams reminds us of the incredible power and grave responsibility on the shoulders of educators. What we teach, what we model, and what we do matters. This unique contact with eternity has taken on a heavier tone in the past 10 months. Before we focus on teaching, learning, and growing, we must establish a secure and safe learning environment We must Maslow before we bloom. With COVID's darkest hours upon us, my friends, we know that winter is coming, but I'm telling you, winter is here. You have this opportunity, a sacred and all-field one at that. What can we do to save as many lives as possible? We must face the irreparable loss hitting our nation as it endures the devastation of 9/11 or Pearl Harbor on a weekly basis or less. And while Charlotte-Mecklenburg may seem safe in this brief moment, our hospitals are filling up and our medical infrastructure may very soon find its breaking point. This opportunity is a gift. It is a gift to choose life, choose plans for now.
Thank
To
you, Ms.
save a life
Bryan.
is as if you have saved the entire universe.
Thank you, Ms. Bryan.
Thank you.
Next, we have Justin Parmenter, followed by Melissa Woodruff, and then Kevin Gobady. And Mr. Parmenter, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Justin Parmenter. I'm a 7th grade English teacher at Waddell Language Academy, and I'm the parent to 2 elementary CMS students. As a K-8 middle school teacher, I welcomed students back into my classroom last week for the first time since March 13th. And while it was great to finally meet them in person, considering what's happening with the virus in our community right now, it was also pretty nerve-wracking. There are a lot of things about this virus that we still don't know. One thing we don't know is where a lot of the people who are getting infected actually contracted the virus. Our contact tracing efforts are not working well enough for us to establish that in many cases. There are a few things that we do know about COVID. We know that infections are likely to increase exponentially through December and January at the least. We know that our staff absences will continue to grow, and that having fewer adults in the building means combining classes and pulling people away from their regular duties, which can diminish our capacity to keep students safe. We know that despite our best efforts as a school district, our ability as a community to control the spread of this virus depends on people making responsible choices. Thanksgiving did not give us cause for confidence along those lines, and there's really not much reason to believe that winter break, which is 2 weeks long instead of 3 days, will be any better. And with people making bad decisions out there, we know that the cases of the virus getting past our defenses and coming into our schools is going to keep rising as well. There is light at the end of the tunnel in the form of vaccines, and there's cause for hope that soon we will be able to return to some semblance of normalcy. But right now, we're still in the darkest part of that tunnel. And the decisions that we make need to reflect that reality and show that we're putting the health and safety of our students first. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Melissa Woodruff, followed by Kevin Gobady, and then Jen Bourne.
There we go. We cannot and should not allow our children's education to become one more victim of COVID-19. Last week, Dr. Anthony Fauci urged American leaders like you to keep schools open amid the pandemic. That was last week as cases have risen throughout our nation. You had 41,688 kids in school last week and 67 cases. That's 0.16%. I think we can say that's a good number. CMS safety protocols that you guys have put in place are working for us. I also want to address online learning really fast. It's failing our youngest kids, it's failing our low-income kids. I requested Q1 2020 failure rates from CMS and haven't got them yet prior to this meeting, but I am assured that they will echo the same data that's seen throughout our nation. Fairfax County, Virginia, low-income kids are failing at a rate 83 times higher than in 2019. Salt Lake City, Utah, low-income kids that opted in for full remote academy are failing at a rate 5 times higher than in 2019. Low-income elementary kids are failing at rates never seen before because they usually don't fail out of elementary school. It has been 270 days since some of these kids have stepped foot in the classroom, and we've reached the point where we can't catch them up. We have taken one crisis of COVID-19 and turned it into a bigger crisis. And that's the collapse of our educational system. I highly urge you to move forward and keep them in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kevin Gobady, followed by Jen Bourne, and then Lawrence Brinson.
Good evening. I'm a civics and economics teacher at Hawthorne Academy, a Title I school in Plaza Midwood. I love my job, I love my students, and I love this profession. As a classroom teacher, I have seen firsthand the importance of social emotional wellness for students and the disparities that are caused by remote work. But I'm asking the board to think of me and all the other teachers and support staff when you vote tonight, because I cannot go back to the classroom. I am immunocompromised, and to go back to the classroom would be a severe risk to my health and to my family's health. While we know that being in the classroom would be the ideal situation for everyone, a school is an ecosystem. Sending students back to school when it is not safe for the adults who work there is like a pilot making sure everyone else on the plane has their oxygen mask on before putting one on themselves. That plane is going to crash. While COVID may be less of an issue for children, and I say may because the science is still so new and we don't know so many things, I know that it is not safe for adults to be exposed to so many other people day in and day out. Teachers in North Carolina and across the country are dying. You cannot have the students in the classroom without safety for teachers and staff, and you can't have safety for teachers and staff in poorly ventilated buildings while a deadly virus is running unchecked through Mecklenburg County. Please do not ask teachers who are already stretched to the limit and giving all they can to choose between our lives and our livelihoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Jen Bourne, followed by Lawrence Brinson, and then Sunny Binder. And Ms. Bourne, you're up.
Thank you. I'm a parent of 3 CMS students, and I'm a proud CMS educator. My children are enrolled in the Full Remote Academy, and my topic is duty of care. As a parent, I have a duty of care to protect my children from exposure to harmful situations. As a teacher, I'm charged with a duty of care to protect students. I am a mandated reporter, trained annually in how to recognize and report child maltreatment. There has been a lot of talk about children failing right now, including 2 of my own. I am told that my children's teachers are following orders to maintain our high standards of academic rigor. Really? Rigor? I continue to hear that word misused along with equity. Our limited understanding of these terms is extremely problematic, and I think now is a good time to stop calling kids failures and never look back. In his 2015 article, A New Definition of Rigor, Brian Stabnick defines rigor as something that comes from what students do. It is not standard across a curriculum. It is individual to each student's needs. It is not quantified by how much gets crammed into a school day or through a Zoom. It is measured in depth of understanding. The dictionary definition is the one we are currently using. It identifies rigor as harsh inflexibility, severity, the quality of being unyielding. When we rely on existing practices, none of which were developed in a worldwide pandemic, we are choosing the dictionary definition and violating our duty of care. We are choosing inflexibility in a moment that demands exactly the opposite. I know that we are limited by the many restrictions placed upon us by political leaders who are antagonistic toward public education, but I would remind you, and I'm talking to district leadership and instructional and curriculum leaders as well, that you have a duty of care. If there was ever a time to get into some good trouble, it is now. Maybe doing the right thing will lead us to that place we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Lawrence Brinson, followed by Sunny Binder, and then Kevin Sprada. Mr. Brinson, you're up.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. I am on the STAC, Superintendent's Advisory Council, and I also serve as the president for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Association of Educators. I wanted to add my voice to something tonight. While I know that there are several things to discuss, I wanted to talk a moment about teacher absences, and something else that's important is that during the remote learning process, evaluations or educator evaluations are taking place. And one of the issues is that we're doing these evaluations, but the rubric that we use for the evaluations do not match what is required for remote learning. Our teachers, our educators are working very, 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 very hard. Some are teaching 2 ways at once. Some are teaching in the classroom as well as remote at the same time. And there are certain indicators that aren't being reflected in the practice that our educators are using when it comes to evaluations. Also, it's being reported that some educators are being penalized through the evaluation for absences that they are legally obligated or right to have. There are teachers who have sick days, and if they happen to be sick, they're being tallied or they're being reported, and they're using the observation to penalize for absences that they are acquiring. So I do want the school system to look at how the evaluation system is being used and not have it being used as a way to penalize educators. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Sunny Binder, followed by Kevin Spreda, and then Dr. Gina Navarrete.
Good evening. My name is Sunny Binder. I'm the theater teacher at South Charlotte Middle School. I want to share how much I truly love my job and working with my students. In the beginning, it was very difficult learning how to change how I teach theater to teaching it online. However, I find now that I'm actually connecting with more students than I ever have. And I have almost 100% participation in my online classes. So I'm really excited about that. However, I am a two-time cancer survivor and a mother of two, and I'm personally terrified about exposing myself to students returning to school. I speak for myself and other teachers who still feel like there is not a lot of clarity to the following questions. When middle schoolers and high school students go back, how can we ensure the safety of students and staff as students rotate to different classes throughout buildings when the type of supervision and containment that occurs on an elementary campus is not viable? Why are high-risk teachers who have waited weeks to get approval for leave are now being told to go back to a school building? According to the CMS website, last week CMS metrics showed cases in 100 of our schools. And this is with our elementary schools only open to students. A study done recently by Princeton University provides data showing that, in fact, students are a leading cause to the spread. How do you know if the virus is spreading in the schools if you're not testing every single student, teacher, and staff member, since a large portion of the people who have this virus are asymptomatic and spread it to others? Teachers' roles have changed from educators to first responders, human shields, nurses, custodians, counselors, parental figures, to name a few. There is great uncertainty as to what future expectations will be given to our roles. I know you have impossible decisions to make. Teachers know that many of our children are suffering. My heart hurts for our students, but we need to make sure that everybody's.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Kevin Spreda, followed by Dr. Gina, and then Erlene Lyde. And do we have Mr. Spreda with us this evening? Okay, I'll go ahead to Dr. Gina.
Can you guys hear me? Yes?
Yes, we hear you.
Sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Tonight, I speak to you as a parent of a CMS student, as well as a scientist and neuropsychologist with decades of experience in mental health. I'm asking you tonight to consider the safety of our children, their families, CMS teachers, and staff. I'm asking you to vote yes on going back to full remote learning. I would personally love for my child to be able to return to in-person learning. My son is a senior at Myers Park High School who is struggling with online learning and is missing all of the extracurricular activities he enjoys. This is his senior year, and who wants to end their senior year like this? I see the toll that remote learning has taken on his grades, confidence, and emotional well-being. However, I cannot just think about my son, because the choice of going back to school in person will affect our family and our community at large. Unlike first responders, our teachers, bus drivers, and other support staff did not sign up to put their lives on the line for their jobs. Unfortunately, we as a country have internalized the idea that people's paychecks determine what their lives are worth. It is also unfortunate that we have made many teachers and school systems responsible for so much of our children's needs. We're just a couple of weeks post-Thanksgiving holiday, and Mecklenburg County's positivity rate has reached 11%. Most scientists are describing this coming winter as a very dark period of time. We are setting records for the number of cases per day and the strain on the hospital beds. Over 80% of the counties in North Carolina, including Mecklenburg County, are listed on the list of critical community spread. This pandemic will not last forever, but the effects of this virus could lead to many children growing up without a loved one. The fact is that we cannot afford to put more lives at risk.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Erlene Lyde, followed by Douglas Hutton, and then Casey Clark. And Ms. Lyde, you're up.
Good evening. On Friday, a student burst out in my advisory class saying, "Ms. Lyde, I think I have the coronavirus. I'm so sick. I can't taste or smell anything." I could feel the pain and fear as she talked about her symptoms and worried about her family. My heart was crushed. And so we stopped everything and gave her support. But my heart was also warm because she came to me for support and comfort. And so that tells me that I have a special responsibility to my kids and my colleagues. And upon reflection, I asked, what if we were in our school building? Can we protect them? Are the schools safe? What about those 39 schools we had problems with? One of them being mine. And just to remind the public, there are 18 schools without outside air capability. Chantilly, Cornelius, Crown Point, Davidson, Kennedy, Lake Wiley, Lebanon Road, North Meck High School, Reed Park, Smithfield, Spall, Steel Creek, University Meadows, University Park, Creative Arts, Villa Heights, West Charlotte High School, West Meck, and Wilson. Have you installed portable air filters with UV lights in those buildings? What are we bringing our kids into? The anxiety, stress, pain, and fear that my colleagues are experiencing as they fight for their jobs while trying to take care of their health and their families angers me. Losing good employees because we have arbitrary accommodation processes does not make sense to me. Losing good teachers will have a greater impact on student learning than in a remote environment. The constant changes in structure are not good for kids. In person today, quarantining tomorrow, remote learning for a while, back to in person. Oh, I got quarantined again, teachers gone. This constant upheaval does far greater damage to a child's psyche than remote learning. CMS, you can and must do better. But the fight is also with the city, the county, the General Assembly, and every member of this community that is not masking up and practicing social distancing. We need safer schools, we need a safer committee and community, and we need to pay attention to our teachers and students.
Thank you, Ms. Lyde. Next, we have Douglas Hutton, followed by Casey Clark, and then Franchone Bay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hope you can hear me.
We hear you.
Fantastic. Several speakers have referenced data here, and that the board should be guided by data. Here's a data point. In today's release from the North Carolina DHHS tracking, in the past month, there have been only 4 clusters of COVID cases in public schools across the state, where they are tracking a total of 19 staff and 4 students in those clusters today. That seems to call for continued in-person education. Those parents and students who wish to be fully remote have had that option from this board since July. They can go fully remote. There is a full remote academy if they do not want to send their children to school. For parents like me and others like me, if you vote tonight to put everyone on Plan C, you take away the only option for in-person education for many of us. Again, let me repeat that. Parents have had the option to send their students to remote academy from this board since July. If you did not want to send your students to school until there was a vaccine, you have always had the option not to do so. Don't take away our option from us. The board states they want to be guided by science. Well, what did the United Kingdom or France or Germany or Italy or Spain do this year, just in the past 3 months, when their cases spiked to levels even beyond what we're seeing in North Carolina? Well, guess what? Their students were in school full time, all the time. And I'll end with something that may be a little bit impolitic to say, but it's important to know. One of the other speakers mentioned the need to choose between our lives and our livelihoods. There are many people in the United States today who haven't had the ability to make that choice. There are your grocery store clerks, your truckers, your restaurant owners. One of 6 restaurants permanently closed, the National Restaurant Association said today. Gyms closed. Let's get smart and keep our kids in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Casey Clark, followed by Franchone Bay, and then Trish Moody. Ms. Clark, you're up.
Good evening to the board, Superintendent Winston, and the community. My name is Casey Clark, CMS teacher, CMS parent, and staff member. Too many times the word grace has been repeated without any being given. My concern is that teachers and staff are afterthoughts in this complex equation we are attempting to solve every day. I ask, will you join me one day in my classroom to observe what it's really like to teach in person and remote at the same time? Will you stand next to me in line to get the vaccine that you are requesting that I receive? Can you, at the minimum, provide legitimate coping and mental health resources, because this is equally hard on teachers as it is students? If your answers to these questions are no, or that's not my job, or I don't have time, then let me ask you this. Am I, as a teacher, given grace to say no when a parent or student needs me after hours? Do I say that's not my job when a student wants to talk to me, as if I'm equipped to provide counseling, but they trust me as an adult to just listen? Am I allowed to rebuttal with I do not have time when grades are due, parent phone calls need to be made, students need assistance, my own child needs help? Do I do this with grace, or do I ask my students, my parents, my child to make sacrifices that I myself would not make? The answer is I do this with grace every day. And why, as a parent of a CMS child, would I really think you all cared about the students if you care nothing for me as a mother and a teacher? There is no greater responsibility than to light the fuse that sparks intellect in so many young minds. We as teachers take this influence to heart, because with great power comes great responsibility. We're not asking for special treatment, simply to be treated with grace and for our faith and trust to be restored. We appreciate all of your hard work and dedication. Please, in turn, show us that we matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next Franchone Bay, followed by Trish Moody, and then Amanda Thompson Rice.
Madam Chair, I don't see Franchon in the audience, so we might move to Trish Moody.
Ms. Moody, you're up.
Oops, hold on one second. Good evening. I would like to point out that what's being considered tonight, going full remote, is in complete defiance of every school recommendation on a national, state, and local level. On the federal level, Dr. Fauci has recommended that schools be open. He has even gone so far as to suggest that it was a mistake to close schools to begin with. On a state level, Governor Cooper has said schools are safe and are not where COVID is being spread. He offered 3 months ago that elementary schools could be Plan A and middle and high school Plan B, and you all disregarded that advice because our schools weren't ready. Mandy Cohen has repeatedly said that schools are not places of transmission of COVID. Today, they again made no recommendation for schools to close or even cut back on in-person learning. Mr. Winston, you slowly and methodically prepared your schools for reopening. You yourself have said, we are ready. Even when a school board member tried to rephrase your statement at the last meeting, you doubled down on your comment that your schools were not sites of transmission and your schools were safe. Our schools have successfully reopened. Between the students and teachers, we have a 0.1% COVID rate, 0.1%. There is nowhere safer anywhere to be right now than in our schools. You have done what your goal was and successfully reopened schools. You stated a month ago that you were ready to host the middle schoolers. You told the board and the public that the middle schools were ready. What has changed? Every private, public, and charter school in our area and other districts have opened and proven that schools are not the cause of spread. You wanted data and metrics to guide you. That is clear. Anyone that wants to argue there's now a metric in red, well, I would argue that the metrics have been in green and yellow for the last 3 months, and our children have not been allowed to be back in school yet. In medicine, we use a risk versus benefit model. In this case, the risks to children are greater with them not in school, and the benefit only exists with them in school. The risk and benefit both support children being in school. Children need to be in school. They are safest in school. Their physical, mental, and emotional health need in-person school, and the learning lag they are all suffering is unnecessary because there's no medical or governmental body recommending schools closed.
Thank you, Ms. Moody. Okay, next, Mrs. Rice, followed by Lori Carter.
Thank you. We all want our students to be in school, but we have to do it safely. And right now, our protocols and procedures need to be refined. As a parent, I'm here to help you guys regain my confidence to put in our student safety first, which is our #1 customers. As a voting constituent, I am not here to offer grace because our community spread is too high and you guys know that. I am here to offer accountability. Enough is enough. Today, I represent over 1,200 actions from students, parents, educators, and community members who want safer schools now. And until we get there, Plan C is best. We have surveyed and identified 5 key actions that are believed to contribute to our safer schools. First one is our metrics and our dashboard. They need to be relevant and timely data and accurate. Why are we receiving data that's 3 and 10 days old when it's made available? We should have district school metrics that come out twice a week and one that represents the Mecklenburg County metrics. Share your secret formula of how you decide whether you go to remote, looking at the red, yellow, and green, because right now we don't know. More efficient and transparent, accurate contact tracing. There is no reason why teachers and bus drivers should not know when a student has tested positive after they've been in classes for 8 hours or have ridden their bus and tested positive. There's no reason they should know that. Adequate airflow and portable air filtration system. That problem never went away. And also document when you actually do it. Your stakeholders want to know because we have kids sitting in class eating lunch with their mask off and no windows. And also value your employees and rethink our staffing processes. As a community, we're losing faith and our confidence in you valuing our safety. Please pick our benefit over a risk because the risk is dying. Please be bold and courageous leaders. Do what you would want and value for your most vulnerable and marginalized populations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Carter, followed by Hannah Boltman, and then Nick Holt.
Good evening, all, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my colleagues, my students, and their families. I want to address an issue that remains out of discussion when considering COVID-19 and the return to school. We are one of 12 states that have not opted into the Medicaid expansion. This matters for several reasons. According to the 2019 Mecklenburg County Community Pulse Report, Black Charlotteans make up 31% of our population and almost 30% of uninsured Queen City residents. The Latinx community fares much worse. Latinx Charlotteans make up 13% of the population, but represent 37% of our uninsured residents. In addition, these communities are seeing higher numbers of positive COVID cases, hospitalizations, and deaths. Black and Brown students also make up a majority of school children in CMS and will bring home COVID to their families from schools, and many of those family members are uninsured. As a result, all citizens will continue to shoulder the burden of higher healthcare costs, taking precious dollars from education. Further, an average COVID hospital stay of approximately $25,000 to $40,000 will render many families homeless, bankrupt, and possibly homeless. Even families who have medical insurance, medical expenses are one of the major reasons for families filing bankruptcy. While tonight's meeting is held in an abundance of caution virtually, how is it acceptable to send any school employees and students into a situation that will adversely affect their or their family's financial livelihood if diagnosed with the virus? Please consider a return to remote instruction for all and appeal to the state to eliminate high school EOCs. Given our current COVID numbers, how will we explain the death of a beloved teacher, or worse, a student? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Hannah Boltman, and then Nick Holt, and then Devry Elliott Bennett. So Ms. Boltman, you're up if you want to unmute yourself.
Sorry, the space bar did not work to unmute me.
Hi, everybody. I'm Hannah Boltman. I am an 8th grade math teacher at a Title I pre-K to 8 school. About 60% of our student body is from Spanish-speaking households, and we have been doing in-person learning for a week and a half. The middle school portion, elementary, obviously longer. I just want to present some information that would support shifting back to Plan C, full remote learning. Since Thanksgiving, I've taught every other block virtual and then in person as the only math teacher, and then same with my team. While I teach virtually with a mask on, monitoring 11 students in my classroom, doing their independent work, and have no service within the building, I can't give these students the same attention I was able to before. I really did try to be optimistic about returning. I love my job. I love teaching. I love seeing my kids. And I thought we would see a positive gain in the students' academic performance, at least a little bit more attention, but me and my team have watched the opposite occur. Our students that we worked endlessly to engage online have begun to revert back to their disengagement from this chaotic and constantly fluctuating schedule. This is not conducive to a sense of consistency or routine that is so desperately needed during a pandemic. As school-based personnel, we have not had a say in the matter, as though we don't have our students' best interests at heart. This subpar in-person education we can provide does not by any means outweigh the risk and associated costs we're continuing to encounter.
Nick Holt, followed by Devry Elliott Bennett, and then Tony Green. And Mr. Holt, you are up.
Hey there, I'm the father of 2 CMS students, and I'm married to a CMS teacher. I get to see daily the frustrations of both ends of virtual learning. This year, I also got to witness some of my wife's training. Among other things, my wife and her colleagues were advised that the ideal way to disarm a shooter is to grab the gun by the barrel. The instructor also suggested using table sugar as a coagulant for anyone who'd already been shot. Overhearing this lecture drove home 2 points. First, teachers are expected to deal super heroically with lethal social dysfunction. Second, they are supposed to do so without material or practical support. As with gun violence, so too with COVID. Teachers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, and other staff are expected to risk without complaint their health during a pandemic that kills thousands daily, and to docilely accept the notion that microbes distinguish between school property and the rest of the community. Adding insult to injury, this magical thinking is promoted by CMS officials working from the safety of home offices. I urge the board to prioritize safety and keep schooling virtual whenever community metrics move into the red. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Devry Elliott Bennett and then Tony Green.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Devry Elliott Bennett, and I am co-chair of the Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council. A teacher speaks. The pandemic is raging. It is unfair and unethical for a principal or school district to override a doctor's medical advice and basically force teachers to return to a school building or exhaust their sick time. It is even more unfair to have employees and colleagues in the same building where one is permitted to work from home without medical documentation, while those with medical documentation for themselves and their children must report to the building. Who gives that authority to individual principals, and who should be ensuring their decisions are equitable? A teacher speaks. I do not feel CMS is concerned about the health of teachers and staff. They are forcing us to risk our health every day by coming into the building. A teacher speaks. I need the board to treat us like humans, extend the same grace to the adults that is expected to be extended to the students. A teacher speaks. Are teachers receiving incentive pay or bonuses for their efforts during this challenging school year? How is the district supporting educators' social and emotional health? A teacher speaks. If we go full remote, What decisions will be made about the safety of our staff and students in the extensions and other self-contained programs and the pre-K programs? Those students are the ones who are least likely to wear a mask, and it is harder to do quality instruction with them at a social distance. Science may indicate children are not becoming ill, but it also shows students could be the ones carrying the virus without staff knowing. Teachers are speaking. Do you hear us? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tony Green, and then Nikki Kirsch, and then Meredith Fox. So you're up. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, School Board, and Superintendent Winston, the best superintendent. My name is Antoinette Green, and I'm a high school history teacher at Rocky River High School. I'm also a member of the CMAE and the NCAE. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I had every intention of highlighting the lack of transparency when it comes to confirmed cases, the unnecessary risks that staff are taking by being in buildings after a major holiday, or the fact that testing should be waived for all high school students. However, I know that your decision was made well before any of my colleagues entered the waiting room for this meeting. Instead of wasting time addressing concerns that will be ignored, I would rather spend my time addressing the people who matter the most, my students, many of whom are currently watching this meeting. Dear students of room C217, or as some of you call it, the greenhouse, I want to publicly apologize to all 95 of you on behalf of your state and local government. Your health and safety has become politicized, and that should never happen. Half of you will be graduating in January and going on to be productive global citizens. The one thing that I want you to remember is the discussion we had today in class. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I can sit quietly and allow some elected officials to make disparaging remarks and comments about educators, but that doesn't mean I should. I hope that in the future, you will advocate for yourself and speak out when necessary. Just because you can settle for less doesn't mean you should. Remember that everyone wasn't at the lunch counter in Greensboro or a part of the Little Rock Nine. Young adults like you all are the future. Your voice matters, your life matters, and your safety matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Nikki Kirsch, and then Meredith Fox, and then Melissa Easley.
Thank you for your time and attention. I am a parent to 3 in CMS who all have amazing teachers doing their very best and working tremendous hours of overtime. I'd like to speak with you tonight about pediatric mental health and emotional well-being. I am a nurse of over 20 years practicing with my master's as a pediatric CRNA. I have grave concerns about decisions being made based on COVID numbers without truly considering the effect it has on our children to be learning remotely. The CDC has reported a statistically significant increase in pediatric ER visits, specifically for children's mental health. For children ages 5 through 11, pediatric ER visits for mental health emergencies are up 24%. For children 12 through 17, they're up 31%. That's ER visits specifically for a mental health crisis. And those are increases since March. Children's visits to mental health counselors are up. The prescribing of anxiety and depression medicine for children is also increased. I should not have to comfort a child who looks at me with tears in his eyes and says that he would rather be dead than continue learning this way. Children's mental health during a public health emergency can have short and long-term consequences to their overall health and to their well-being. After a period of loneliness and social isolation, previous studies have shown that the risk of depression remains elevated up to 9 years. Kids in CMS are masked and distanced, and some emerging data on masking suggests that the safety profile is greater than we even initially thought. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the Centers for Disease Control, and Dr. Fauci all say our children should be in school with in-person learning. Healthcare workers and grocery store employees, just like them, our teachers are essential. Our teachers are essential for in-person learning. There are 0 clusters in CMS. Elementary schools are not super spreader environments. If a school does have an excessive number of cases, the superintendent a specific school and allow parents to volunteer.
Thank you, Ms. Kirsch. Okay, next we have Meredith Fox, followed by Melissa Easley, and then our last speaker is Rose Herring. So Ms. Fox, you're up. Thank you.
Throughout history, there are countless examples of brave individuals going against what may seem to be public opinion to do what is right. Tonight, I'm asking you to be those brave individuals. As a teacher, nobody has to convince me of the benefits of in-person learning, but right now, it comes with a great cost that some who haven't been affected by COVID-19 or by loss may struggle to understand. If the trends continue, 87 out of every 100,000 people in the US will die of COVID-19. This means 20 CMS employees will die and at least 147 students will lose a parent. By having in-person learning, we risk directly increasing these rates and send a dangerous message to the community that large gatherings are safe. The CDC now considers in-person schooling to be high risk. We can't say there's no evidence of COVID transmission in schools when Michigan reported 63 new COVID outbreaks in schools in 1 week. Multiple measures on our own dashboard are in red. Moving to Plan C will likely lead to an influx of nasty emails to each of you, but I urge you to be brave and do it anyway. When parents claim their child is learning nothing, ask what the parent has done to partner with the school to change this, because I've yet to meet an educator not excited by a parent who wants to be involved. When they say, what about the low income children? Ask them, will they step up and pay the hospital bills for CMS families who get COVID and can't afford to? And to those saying, what about the mental health of children? I lost a parent when I was a child, and I recently lost a family member to COVID-19. So I can assure you the real threat to students' mental health will be unnecessarily losing a family member or a teacher. As board members, are you prepared to come console my students if I die or if their parent dies? Will you look my grieving students in the eyes and tell them you did a risk-benefit analysis and that our lives were necessary sacrifices? We are just months away from a vaccine.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Okay, Melissa Easley and then Rose Herring. Ms. Easley, it's your turn. You're muted.
Sorry. Hello, Madam Chairwoman, Superintendent Winston, and Board of Education members. I am here to advocate for our teachers, students, and staff. Many of my colleagues tonight have mentioned that teachers are having to choose between the profession we love and the health and safety. I'm here to tell you that I am one of those teachers. After 10 years, I have resigned from CMS, not because I don't want to teach anymore or I don't want to be in CMS. I love my job. I have chosen to leave because I no longer feel safe to teach in a CMS school. With rising metrics and uncontrollable spread in Mecklenburg County, the only safe option is to move to Plan C. While many of our leaders are virtual until further notice, educators are not allowed that luxury. My option to stay home was conditional on if they didn't need me physically in the building. I had to make a choice, but I'm here tonight to advocate for my fellow teachers. I am asking that the board immediately adopt the following measures for safe schools: adhering to district established metrics, improving the detailed, accurate, and prompt reporting of cases, exposures, quarantines, and casualties, improving the contact tracing process more accurately to reflect those contact with staff, student, or teacher that has tested positive, equipping classroom that does not have adequate airflow and install portable air filtration systems, provide accommodations for all employees that are at high risk for COVID complications. I wish that I was still an NC public school educator. However, given my health circumstances and my family dynamic, I've had to leave my one and only true passion. I sincerely hope that in the future, you as board members will consider the great loss of fantastic teachers that you are witnessing here today. It's time to make a good choice. It's time to be better.
Thank you, Ms. Easley. And Ms. Herring, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So my name is Rose Herring and I'm a parent of 3 CMS students. I work in healthcare. My husband is a physician and we have been taking COVID-19 very seriously and we've been following the science closely. Dr. Winston and the board, you have an extremely difficult job navigating this crisis and I appreciate your willingness to serve in this capacity. But I'm here to remind you, you are not alone. You are surrounded by public health experts in the county and across this great state. You have hard data and months of experience of large school districts across the country and the globe for that matter, along with all of the private schools here in Charlotte. Those experts in the data are telling you the same thing. Schools are not where COVID cases are being spread. Masks and social distancing work very, very well. The AAP, the CDC, Dr. Fauci are all saying even this week with cases rising in the community that keeping kids in schools should be the top priority. They're also telling you about the profound social and emotional risk that the 150,000 students across CMS face by being out of school, potentially tragic risks. Sadly, folks that have spoken tonight are right. COVID is rising rapidly within the community. But closing the schools or delaying the opening of middle and high school isn't what's going to make the difference whether our teachers or students are exposed to this virus. That decision only exposes students to all of the other risks of not being in school. Schools should be the first thing to open and the last thing to close in our community. It's that important to the health, safety, and well-being of children across our community. So I implore you, please do not give up on this. Follow the science, not the emotion in making this important decision. Keep our elementary kids in school, bring our middle and high schoolers back to the classroom on January 5th. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Herring. So Madam Clerk, if there are any public comments that were sent via email, could you please read those into the record at this time?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any public comment emails.
Okay, well then that concludes our public comment section. Thank you all for taking the time to join us tonight. We're going to move on to consent items. Is there a motion that the board approve the consent agenda items?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion from Carol Sawyer, a second from Jennifer De La Hara. Before we move to a vote, does any board member wish to pull any part of this item for individual consideration? Okay, hearing none. Let all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands and say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, our consent agenda is approved. And Mr. Winston, do you have any personnel appointments that you'd like to speak of or anything that you want to highlight in what we just approved?
Yes, Madam Chair and board members, I would like to highlight 2 items from the consent agenda this evening. The first being personnel appointment, and momentarily we will share that with you on the screen. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. I'm excited to announce tonight that Brian Bambauer, the current principal at Randolph IB Middle School, will now become the new principal of Levine Middle College High School. He has served diligently at Randolph since 2014, and prior to that, he served as the principal at Lansdowne IB Elementary and Raymer Road Elementary. He's also served as an assistant principal in the district at Hickory Grove Elementary, and prior to that was a principal intern at Eastover Elementary. Again, I'm excited to welcome Mr. Bambauer in his new role. He has joined us this evening, I believe, from Randolph Middle, and I would like to turn the floor over to him for some brief remarks.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston, and good evening, school board members.
I'll keep this brief, but would like to express my gratitude to the superintendent and to Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. I've been fortunate to work at great schools in CMS for the past 15 years, most recently at Randolph Middle School, and for this I'm grateful. I am excited about this new opportunity at Levine Middle College High School. I look forward to continuing the great work of Principal Birch and the staff at Levine, and I'm eager to serve this school, which provides such an amazing opportunity for our students as they earn their high school diploma while simultaneously earning 2 years of college credit. I would also like to thank Learning Community Superintendent Dr. Tangela Williams and Executive Director Tracy Hayes for their support. I'm excited to continue to serve under their leadership in the Southeast learning community. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Bambauer. The second item that I would like to highlight from the consent agenda, and I want to thank the board for approving the construction phase for the new Shamrock Elementary replacement school project. This new 45 classroom elementary school, as you all will recall, was approved as part of the 2017 bond referendum. This replacement school will be built on site while students and staff swing to Lincoln Heights for the duration of the project. I also am excited to highlight that the MWSBE participation on this project is 100%. As a reminder, this school will open in the 2022-2023 school year, and the total amount approved this evening for the construction is $25.8 million. That concludes my remarks, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to our reports and information items, starting with your report on budget amendments for October of 2020. I turn to the superintendent for this report.
As presented.
Okay, and then report on financial statements for October 2020. I turn to the superintendent for this report.
As presented.
Followed by the report on capital project ordinances for October 2020. I turn to the superintendent for this report.
As presented.
Okay, next up, we have our report on readiness metrics. And I turn to the superintendent for this report, and this will be followed by some board member questions and answers.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Once again, I am presenting Kathy Elling, our Chief School Performance Officer, to present and share with the board and members of the public the CMS Health and Safety Metrics Dashboard. Ms. Elling joined this evening by Dr. Meg Sullivan, the Medical Director for the Mecklenburg County Public Health. Dr. Sullivan will share updates on the trends our local public health officials are monitoring. Before the metrics update, I would just like to provide some context for the information about to be presented. It is clear that community spread of COVID-19 is substantial, and we've seen a resulting, albeit expected, increase in confirmed cases among CMS staff and students since the Thanksgiving holiday. Ms. Ellen, I will now turn the floor over to you for the metrics update.
Thank you, sir, and good evening, board. I'll share my screen at this time. So at this time, I would like to talk briefly about some key metrics. We have done a review of the total metrics considered on Monday. We're going to talk specifically tonight about some key metrics. But within the context of this dashboard, I want to orient people to the fact that we designed the dashboard specifically to provide a general framework for decision-making and recommendations related to in-person learning. The dashboard was not designed to include all data points, and you're going to hear about some metrics from Dr. Sullivan that are important to the community. And it was also intended to be reflective of any new guidance that we would receive both locally from the state and at the national level. I also want to reiterate that the dashboard and our metrics were to be considered as part of a totality, taken in consideration of the sum total of the metrics and what they mean in combination with current community conditions. It was not ever intended to be grab one or two metrics and make a decision. I think it's important to start the discussion there. You heard Superintendent Winston reference that the case count in our county is going up for the resulting 7-day average. It was at 220.6 cases per 100,000. And our test positivity rate as closed on Friday was 10.9%, and currently it is 11%. We consider these metrics to be considered like as a 14-day reflective, although they're recorded in increments of 7-day averages. We have seen case counts in red for several weeks, and this is our first week of positivity rate in red. Also of note is that our schools with counts, meaning that the schools with at least one positive case count, has grown to 102 schools in the last 14 days. We have one school that has 25 or more individuals in quarantine as a result of a positive case. And we have, as far as the number of individuals at a specific school, we have 51 schools that are currently resting at 2 or more cases. Those are reflected on the COVID breakdown report for your reference, and they are archived, so you at any point can click on the current week and previous weeks. We have 0 clusters currently recorded. Clusters are defined as 5 interrelated cases. They are cataloged as a result of work that we do with our county health department for contact tracing. And we have 5 schools with 15 or more individuals in quarantine. I will just reference quickly that the district metrics are holding where they were previously. The discussion, I think, for tonight is I would like to expand to talk through the context for our community, what is going on currently. And to do that, I would like Dr. Meg Sullivan to share particulars around what we know currently about our community that we might not have known perhaps a couple weeks ago.
Thank you, Kathy, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for asking me to be here tonight. As Kathy has said, I was asked here to talk about community level metrics on the CMS dashboard, but I just want to reiterate the important point that Kathy just made, to take the opportunity to say that while these metrics that are listed on the dashboard help inform guidance and decisions, it is always important for us to look at these metrics in the context of not only other data points, but other factors that are occurring in the community. And I'm going to try and speak briefly about all of that tonight. So just as a brief overview of our current community level data, we did provide an updated data release to the community today that is available on our website. As of 5 p.m. this evening, there was 48,033 cases of laboratory reported COVID-19 in our community, with 480 COVID-related deaths having been reported among Mecklenburg County residents. I always take the opportunity to say when we quote that 48,000, those are only laboratory confirmed cases. We always know that that doesn't reflect the true burden of COVID in our community. We look at the number of cases that are being reported each day. Over the past 7 days, an average of 474 laboratory confirmed cases have been reported, which does represent an increase in the number that we're seeing over the last 14 days. On the CMS metric, the case number is reported as a case rate, which is a rate per 100,000 people over a 7-day period. The last time we reported that number was on December 2nd, where we had an average of 220 cases. And I think you saw that on the screen just earlier. And so percent positivity, as Kathy mentioned, over the past 7 days, we have had an average of 11% of individuals who were tested in Mecklenburg County tested positive for COVID-19. And that number, again, has increased, unfortunately, over the past several days and weeks. Another really important metric that we look at is our hospitalizations, and we are seeing an increase in the number of people who are hospitalized, with an average of 242 individuals with laboratory confirmed COVID-19 infections that were hospitalized at our acute care facilities here in the county.
We obviously continue to speak to our hospitals on a daily basis. They have not hit critical capacity, but we are communicating and we know that they are closely monitoring their bed capacity as well as their staffing capacity. And then finally, we also always look at testing. We did see a significant increase in testing prior to the Thanksgiving holiday. And then after a dip during the holiday weekend, we continue to see high level of testing at this time. We do feel that we do continue to have access to testing in our community. That is something we are working incredibly hard with our community partners and state and federal resources. We also are monitoring closely our turnaround times, and the turnaround times have started to increase slightly, which again is something that we are watching closely. Finally, I know that I was asked here to speak about the community level metrics, but I really try and take every opportunity to reinforce the need for everyone in our community to really take this pandemic seriously and adhere to all the current prevention measures that we know work, and we have data and science to prevent that they work. Currently, we are still seeing the effects of Thanksgiving, and we know that we have additional holidays coming up. We continue to ask people to avoid unnecessary gatherings, to not gather with people outside their home, to limit unnecessary or unessential travel, to limit close contacts, to follow the prevention measures, including the 3 Ws at all times. And as of Friday, to adhere to the updated governor's order regarding the 10 p.m. curfew. We all have a role to play in preventing the spread, and we know that it's more important now than ever that we take this seriously, especially knowing what is at stake right now. And I think I will just end by saying that we continue to have very, very regular conversations with CMS leadership about not only all of the metrics on the dashboard that we talked about tonight, but in the context of the data, what is occurring in the community, the contributing factors, existing restrictions, updated guidance, and we really remain committed to providing our support throughout this entire process. And I think, finally, I do just want to take an opportunity to recognize the hard work of all of the CMS staff, of all the parents, and of all the school board members through these incredibly challenging times. I really have such deep respect for all of what you do. And thank you for having me here tonight.
Thank you very much. Board members, this is an opportunity to ask questions about the school readiness metrics for either Dr. Sullivan or for Ms. Elling. And thank you, Dr. Sullivan, for taking time to be with us tonight. So any questions? Mr. Schul.
First, I had a question for Ms. Elling. You mentioned that we had no clusters, which are classified as 5 interrelated cases, I believe. I was wondering how many interrelated cases there are. Are there any?
We are working case by case. We do have we have some transmission. We don't have substantial transmission in some cases. So I can't clearly identify for you whether I have a school with 2 specific cases that might be connected at this time, but know that the contact tracing that's provided from the health department is very quick and helpful in us figuring out who is a close contact and what procedures need to happen, or next steps, I should say, as a result of that.
And then I had a question about this, like the increase in turnaround time for Dr. Sullivan. Is that something that's happened specifically because of the increases in cases due to Thanksgiving, or is there a specific factor that accounts for the increase in turnaround time?
Yeah, I mean, so that is obviously a really important point. We think, a lot of the turnaround time has to do with testing capacity, and we definitely saw a significant increase in testing before the Thanksgiving holiday. A lot of that was related to the recommendation, although our primary recommendation was to not travel and not gather, but if anyone was going to travel or gather, to be tested beforehand. And so we definitely saw large numbers of people testing that time. Again, as I said, we saw a dip during the Thanksgiving weekend. We're starting to see more people being tested now. And so it's really a function of testing as well as cases. We are also working really closely with the state to try and get as much capacity for rapid testing available in our community. And we're working closely with different partners, again, to make sure that that's as available as possible.
And I had a third question about, there's been a lot in the news citing data about schools not being super spreaders. I was wondering, based on your analysis of this data, what is the context and what it was made, where this data was found, as in, like, was this data in places where there were already high case counts? Is it applicable to the situation today? And like, how relevant is it to like the decision we have now?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really great question. And, it's something we've been watching incredibly closely, both here on the county level and all of our educational settings, as well as on the state level and in the national level. And I think there's kind of two ways that it's really looked at. And Kathy has alluded to a little bit of this. So the first one is every time there is a case that is associated with a school, we are doing our case investigation and contact tracing process to try and determine if we can determine the source of that case. And again, what we are seeing here locally and then around the state and the country, we're not seeing significant evidence that the school is the source of the case. And then the second thing that we look for, and this goes back to your first question, is are we then seeing secondary transmission in the school where if somebody tests positive, we then see multiple people in the school and in a potentially related way testing positive. And that's, again, when we see those 5 or more, that's defined as a cluster. At this moment, in CMS, we have not seen any clusters, but this is something we continue to monitor incredibly closely. Our case investigators and contact tracers work 7 days a week and are doing our best to really watch for that data.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Anybody else? Ms. De La Hara?
Thank you. It's a question for Dr. Sullivan, or maybe Kathy could have answered this too, but could you confirm again, I think you mentioned it, Dr. Sullivan, in your comments, what the current limit for, I guess the governor has put in place for gathering of people together if you're not in the same family? I wasn't sure if he had changed that today, or is it still the same?
I'm going to be completely honest. I've read as much as I can about that executive order, but I'm also, so as far as I am not aware of a change, but I don't know that for certain. I've read about the curfew.
But what was it? Was it 10 or was it 50? 10.
10 indoors, yes.
From the governor is that not more than 10 people gather if you're not.
Indoors.
Indoors if you're not of the same family. Okay. And then just one other question. I know I watched one of the meetings that you had when you were in the development of the metrics. And I do believe it was you and Gibby Harris, Director Harris, and and there were at least 2 other doctors. Were you part of all of those meetings to help develop the community metrics when those ideas were being put together?
Yes.
Okay, so you were, and there were other doctors that were part of that process too.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, I was just confirming. I thought you were the same one. Okay, great, thank you.
Ms. Shipp?
Yes. Are we seeing that children are being tested more, and especially as we look at the different ages, because we know they're not the requirements when we think about staff versus students getting COVID and getting tested. How often are children being tested? And we're looking at these cases because we know they're asymptomatic. So if they don't have symptoms and they don't know, and we just started bringing kids back to school, how much do we know about kids being sick and getting tested?
I think that's a really good question, and it's something that we monitor very closely. I think one of the things that is really important and we always try and convey is that our recommendations for who should be tested does not matter what your age is. Anybody with symptoms, well, first of all, I always take the opportunity to say should stay home, right, and not be at school or at work, but should be tested. And definitely anybody who is a close contact, again, regardless of whether you're a student, a staff member, or any child or adult should be tested. And then if you think you're at increased risk of exposure or have attended a gathering especially where COVID precautions were not taken. We have been working really closely with our pediatricians and our community providers to really encourage testing of anybody who meets that criteria, regardless of ages. And we definitely know our hospital systems have been working to get testing capacity in our pediatric offices and really, again, encouraging that. So we know that not everybody gets tested who's a close contact, but we're really trying to encourage everybody to do that and definitely follow up on all of those cases.
And are we still concerned about that age group? I'm just really wanting to know, as we look at those students coming back now, especially, we said 10, 12 and up, and really just being social too. Are we concerned that that age group is going to transmit a little bit greater than our younger ones we think about differently?
Yeah, I think obviously as public health, we value data incredibly. And so we monitor data very closely. And at least based on the current data that we know, I think the first thing, it's always important to say that everybody is susceptible and everybody is capable of transmitting. And that's why we all need to take precautions for each other and for everyone. And I think we always have to make that point. Data has suggested that younger children, especially children under the age of 10, are less likely to be infected and less likely to transmit. Again, that doesn't negate any of the precautions that CMS has done an amazing job putting in place, but that is something that we've seen. I think for older children, that data is not, it kind of indicates that I guess that lower level of infection or transmission we're not seeing in the older children, but we know the science around mask wearing, around social distancing, around hand hygiene, those things still apply. And that is something would be incredibly important to continue to stress both in the middle school and high school level.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall, I think I saw your hand.
Yes. Do you have any modeling or trends that you are looking at for what is going to happen in our community in, say, the next 2 to 3 weeks?
I think it is, again, these are all really good questions. And I think models are something that we always look at. There are a lot of different sources and really good expert sources of models out there that we do look at. Models always are based on significant number of assumptions. So they always have to be taken in that context and understood. I think, some of the models that we're seeing, yes, are continuing to see an increase in cases, especially as we get nearer to the end of the year and the Christmas holiday. But I think, so it's something that we're watching, but this is where I take the opportunity to reinforce that if we can step up and we can double down on all these prevention measures, we could hopefully not see some of that increase in cases, but we are watching or looking at some of these models as well and are concerned and need everybody to take it seriously.
Anybody else? Ms. Cheek?
Thank you. I guess this could be to either Kathy or Dr. Sullivan. There were several people that spoke that brought up contact tracing, and looking at the feed on the Facebook Live, a lot of people think we're hiding cases and not sharing information. They seem to think that CMS is not doing a good job with contact tracing. And I just wanted to get some clarity there. I believe that's under the Public Health Department's purview for the contact tracing. And if we could maybe just give a little mini refresher on exactly how that works so that our staff might feel a little differently, or just to learn the information. I think we heard a little bit about it before, but it seems that there's a lot of differing opinions on it or differing thoughts.
Yeah, so I think it is a great question, and something obviously that we have been living and breathing since the beginning of the pandemic, and definitely prioritize contact tracing in the school setting. I can say that with utmost confidence as I work very closely with our communicable disease staff every single day. So I think a couple of things to know: that every single person who tests positive in Mecklenburg County, it is required that that positive test is reported to the health department. As well as every time a school learns of a positive case, they are required to report it to the health department as well. And so every time that we get a case that is associated with a school, we look at kind of the last time that that person was in the school building, and especially if anybody has been affiliated in the school building, attended school activities, or involved in any sort of school-related way in the last 14 days, that is something that we consider to be a school-associated case. So we are doing, our contact tracing extends beyond the school, right? So we're asking people about non-school related as well, but from the school setting, we are trying to figure out, first and foremost, were they in the building or engaged in school activities while they were infectious? And if so, who did they have close contact with? Again, using the CDC definition of being within 6 feet of someone for at least a total of 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. And for those individuals who are then considered to be close contacts, we are notifying them and we are letting them know that they have been considered to be a close contact and they need to take additional measures, which includes quarantine and recommended to be tested to protect themselves and others. The other thing that we do is, again, for cases that for anybody who has been in that building, we notify that even if they weren't considered to be a close contact, we send out what we call a non-exposed letter, which lets them know that there was a case in the building, but that they were not considered to be a close contact through that contact tracing process.
So that process is
during that time.
Oh, I'm sorry. So that process is basically coordinated by the health department, and then you guys are letting Miss Elling and our staff know. I hear a lot of teachers saying, I know people were positive and I was never told, or they won't tell me the names. And I know with HIPAA, you're not going to tell anybody the names of people. I mean, people let's face it, if you're in a pretty tight-knit environment, you can usually figure out by process of elimination who didn't come to work for the last 5 days and probably know who maybe the positive was, but you don't share that information. And I've had to get very up close and personal with the close contact and what actually that meant, because I've had quite a few of my own patients that have tested positive recently and had to monitor my own contact. And I'm actually on the app where I follow to make sure that I haven't been around anybody that's been exposed, the Stop COVID NC app as well. But I just want to make sure our staff knows that you can't, Ms. Allen, you can't release the names of who's positive in a school.
No, that's absolutely correct. That's correct. We are notifying people of a case in a school, and then if they're a close contact, they're notified, oh, by the way, you are deemed right now as a close contact, and here's next steps. I feel like our staff has been extremely diligent in reporting positive cases as soon as they find out about them, based on what I'm observing being reported over the weekend. All hours of the day and night, they're notifying us as appropriate, their supervisors appropriately. So I feel like we have been very diligent about that process.
I appreciate just the clarity, because 3 different times during public comment, I wrote down contact tracing as something that came up as an issue. So I wanted to make sure that was addressed, that is under the purview of the public health department. I do appreciate your time here. I have a lot of comments and concerns about everything that's going on. Dr. Sullivan, I appreciate your explanation about that under 12 population and how they tend based on, they think that their immunity is a little bit different, T cells are different and all those kind of things. But right now we are in a crisis, and we've got a lot to think about it before we make a vote here shortly. Thank you, that's all.
Mr. Strain, did I see your hand?
You sure did. Thank you very much, Judeci. First of all, Dr. Sullivan, thanks again for being with us. It's been a while since you and I caught up, but I certainly appreciate your service to the community, as well as the partnership here in helping to lead us through this process. So if I go back to the last conversation you and I had, there was a conversation about individual schools and at what point we would, or certainly you would, recommend considering closing a school for in-person learning. And my recollection of that discussion was that we talked about numbers. I said, 5 kids or infected individuals, or even 25, surely 25. And I think you stopped me and said, it depends. And can you take it from there? Because I think that's really important to understand within a facility, how you identify whether there are related cases and what sort of recommendation would come from that, particularly when we're talking about school, where there are clear disadvantages to moving to remote learning that the kids unfortunately suffer as a result of not having that in-person learning experience.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think, I recall that was a few months ago, but I think that was around the time that we were looking at trying to develop the dashboard. And, one of the dashboard metrics is really around school level and that green, yellow, red. And I will say that was an incredibly challenging effort to try and come across, because as we've said, and Kathy mentioned this and I mentioned this, there's not a single number that we can say this is the number that we look at and we make a decision based on. And I think your specific question was related to cases in schools. I think a lot of it depends on that. So if we had one case in a school and that case had gone around and exposed every single person in that school, right? First of all, that would be a problem, because that would show that the school hadn't put the appropriate measures in place to prevent that. But that would lead us to make a different recommendation than if we had one case in a school and nobody was exposed. Mm-hmm. If we have 3 cases in a school and they're all in different settings, maybe one didn't attend while infectious, one was in one classroom, one was in an administrative setting, and the number of people that they exposed was incredibly limited, that's again a lot less concerning than if we have 4 cases, but they're all in a classroom. And now we know that we have additional people that are home and starting to show symptoms. And so we look at this in we pore over these details. And I've been present for a lot of these conversations in the cases we've seen both in CMS and in our independent, private, and charter schools. So we really, again, try and have an estimate, right? Yes, if we saw a significant number of cases in a school, we'd be more likely to recommend more significant action than a smaller number, but it's around the context and it's around the ongoing risk of transmission and why we're justifying backing that up.
Yeah, and so it's those related cases that become very interesting in terms of taking that additional action, right? If it's related cases in a classroom, then
I think it's related cases and it's also exposures as well. So if a significant number were exposed and then at risk, and we, or do we feel that we can identify that? But yes, I think you're correct.
Right, but then there's the levels, right? There's the level of, well, I mean, from a public health perspective, again, my recollection, and please do correct me where I go wrong here, but it was very much looking at, well, how do we go about breaking the cycle of transmission so that if there are related cases, then there's a bit of a cooling off period in order to ensure that we've broken that cycle, right? Whether that's in a classroom or if there was very broad transmission in a facility itself, possibly the entire facility steps back. Cooling off period, looking at the procedures in order to re-enter that facility, because otherwise, if you have a bunch of unrelated cases and you do that, you're not actually doing anything for breaking the cycle of transmission because they were unrelated, right? Is that recollection correct in terms of that sort of decision matrix as to what sort of actions are taken as a result of looking at the transmission that's taking place within a facility, if at all?
Yeah, I think that is an important part of what we look at. And I think what you just summed up is why we really talk about close contacts and quarantine in terms of breaking the cycle of transmission, right? So if I test positive, or if I'm exposed to somebody who tests positive and my level of risk now goes up, I now need to avoid contact with anybody else. So if I were to then become infected, I am not going to infect anybody else because I have already quarantined myself and prevented that thing, or the future transmission. And that's what contact tracing is, right? It's trying to identify individuals. We know that there is a level of risk in our community because COVID is in our community, but close contacts kind of reach that threshold for an additional level of risk. So they need to take measures. And this is where the quarantine, they don't go to school, don't go to work, limit close contact with others. So if they were to become infected, they're not passing it on. And again, in the school setting, when we're looking at a case where somebody did, first of all, always we want to make sure they attended while infectious, because if they were not in the school building while infectious, we still again do contact tracing in the community, but not necessarily in the school building. But if they were in the school building while infectious, we're trying to identify anybody around. If that becomes a significant number, or was just around in so many different places that we have concerns, we would recommend, again, more significant action. I will say, one of the things that we have been able to see is that in a lot of times, the number of contacts is pretty small. And I think Kathy pointed this out with the dashboard in terms of the number of schools with a lot of people in quarantine due to a case. And I think that just emphasizes the hard work of CMS leadership and CMS staff and parents for reinforcing all of those infection prevention measures that need to be in place, which includes social distancing and limiting close contact.
No, I appreciate that. So if I go back to the transmission rate within schools, the transmission rate within schools, I think you can see it on the dashboard, and certainly you're seeing it in the contact tracing, that's where that information comes from. It appears as if, and all the reports say, but you're seeing it in real time, right? What does that transmission rate look like in our facilities, for example, relative to the broader community?
Yeah, so again, what we are trying to identify anytime there's a case that is associated with a school is who are individuals that are close contacts, and then are there subsequent cases? And if there's subsequent cases, are they plausibly linked? We don't have to prove that they're linked for a cluster, but is there a kind of a potential link between them? I think Gabe asked this question at the very beginning. I don't have that exact data, but we have seen cases, right, that are, linked. The majority of cases that we see do not seem to be either community acquired or no evidence of kind of ongoing transmission in the school. We have seen a small number, but we have not yet seen a cluster, which means 5 or more cases that are potentially linked. And again, I think we take contact tracing, especially in the school setting, incredibly closely. I do want to take the opportunity to highlight the work of our school nurses, who are often that immediate communication from the school staff, and obviously a part of our health department, and work very closely with our communicable disease staff, who then try and identify everyone.
So Dr. Little one time talked to us about layers of protection. I think what you're describing, I'm starting to envisage as kind of layers of action, depending upon what is actually taking place, where and how transmission is taking place, as well as the risk level. And so, you've got individuals' actions, for example, quarantine, or, if you've had close contact as you described, then, self-quarantine, recommend getting a test, et cetera. So you've got individual action, you've got potential of classroom level action if you were to identify a number of related cases that had to do with a classroom, potential of school level action, and then potentially even district or county-wide action, right? So at that point, when you're getting to that point, I'm assuming we're talking about, pulling the plug on K-12 across the county, which nobody is discussing, of course, going to all of our K-12 education programs in the county and saying, time out, we're seeing massive spread through the schools, and I've never heard of a recommendation like that, nor do I hear one tonight. So those layers of sort of recommendations, from individual action to small group action, for example, a classroom or a team, right? We've had certainly cases that have gone through teams, for example, and we see, if I look at the cluster reports in the state, I see teams where the school's not even in session, but the team is quarantined now because they've got a number of positive cases on a team. Of course, we've heard those things. And then you get to potentially school level or district or county level stuff. And I'm not hearing anything that suggests that there is any data that supports a recommendation to close K-12 operations because K-12 operations are not safe. You're not making, I haven't heard you say that, suggest it, or any data presented tonight that would suggest that closing down K-12 operations would even be considered.
I think what my role here tonight is really to talk about the community level metrics. I also want to make one really important point, because I thank you for talking through the levels of protection, which I think are really important to emphasize. But always, in thinking about public health, we always think about prevention, and we do have to recognize the role of asymptomatic transmission that we have seen. And so this is where, we talk about contact tracing with people we know we test positive, but we also know that individuals can be asymptomatic, and if we absolutely, the most essential level of protection are what we talk about, the 3 W's, the processes that have been put in place, not going to school if you're sick, kind of the screening process, the wearing masks consistently and all the time in buildings for everybody, socially distancing, washing our hands. I think I'm going to make sure we just pointed that out, that is an incredibly important level of protection, both in our schools and in the community, and we all have to follow it at all times.
That's great. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to chime in with, okay, Ms. De La Hara, I'll let you go. I'll go last.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. De La Hara.
Well, thank you, Chair Dashu. I appreciate that. So I had one question I was going to ask Dr. Sullivan, and then as you just said something, it made me think to ask something else, because you talked about that level of protection, the 3 W's, if you will, and all of the precautionary measures and how important that is. And I was planning to make these comments later tonight, but I will just read this here because it's germane to what you just said. The CDC website right now talks about vigilance to these actions, and these actions, I'm not going to read the whole thing for time, but these actions, it's referring to those precautionary measures, will moderate the risk of in-school transmission, with risk being the lowest if community transmission is low and there is fidelity to implementing proven mitigation strategies. So I just think that's an interesting statement, because it agrees, from what I'm understanding, and I guess I'm just wanting you to confirm, that those precautionary measures that we're using to mitigate the risk do work, but that risk is lowest when community transmission is low. I mean, would you agree that indeed the 3 W's and all these things that we have put into place do indeed work, but that their effectiveness, I guess, is diminished when community transmission is high, like we're seeing possibly now?
It's a good question. And I mean, I think what you're saying, I guess if I understand what the point that's trying to make, right, is that we know, and we now have really good science behind the 3 W's, that they are incredibly effective, but they are not perfect, right? So I think that's the first thing. I think their second thing, you know, often in medicine, we talk about typical use versus perfect use and understand, right, that same thing. And so it is true. I think if you look at any setting, right, the risk of transmission is going to be lower when you have less virus in your community than if you have higher virus. And that's, yes, that is true in any setting.
Okay, and then the other question I was going to ask was just, are we, can we expect anything from the county as far as a campaign or a continued campaign? Certainly I hear, you know, Director Harris always, you know, talk about doing the 3 W's. And I know our chairwoman, Ms. Dashew, is always, you know, talking about the importance of wearing masks. I'm wondering if you think it would be valuable if we did more community education. You know, I was speaking with a principal the other day, and he was she was telling me about a situation. You know, now we have group A that goes Monday, Tuesday, and group B on Thursday, Friday, and the other group is in a pod in the community, right? Learning together, an informal community pod of learners. And she told me that the leader of that educational experience called her to report that some students in the pod had been exposed. So she wouldn't be in the know. But then parents chose to send their kids on their A or B day anyway. And so I guess I say that to express to the public that that's what we're dealing with. And we can't control for that, certainly. Community behavior, human behavior, we can try to educate. But I was just wondering, you know, if you had any thoughts on how we might be able to reach parents who seem to just, I don't know, not necessarily want to put this health and safety of other classmates first, seemingly. This is the situation at hand.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think it is a good question, you know, and I think first we know that the impact of COVID, you know, has just been undescribable in so many different ways in our community and continues to be. And I think we have to recognize that that occurs on so many different levels. And I think though the message, you know, and I try and take every opportunity to say it. And in fact, I think I've already said it twice tonight, right? That this understanding, we say it every year, but we really this year, if you are sick as a staff member or if your child is sick, or has it been exposed, you have to keep them home. We have to follow that guidance. That is the way that we can continue to say that, you know, there are measures in place in our schools and kind of talk about everything that we've talked about tonight. So I think that that is incredibly important. And I definitely know that there are parents and there are staff members that are being incredibly strict about it. You know, we get calls all the time from our hotline, from staff and from parents that wondering, you know, maybe not even exposed, but potentially exposed, and what do they do? And so I think it's important to recognize that, but yes, to understand that that has to be 100% of the time. And that we know sometimes it is challenging to keep people home and to miss work, but this has to be the message. And I think we will continue to try and get that message out as much as possible in as many forums as possible.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And also, just to clarify, I wasn't insinuating that the majority of parents do that. I think it's on the opposite end, but we do have some. So thank you.
And Mr. Schul, and then I saw Ms. Cheek, and then I'll chime in with a question or two at the end.
So I had just one follow-up because I think that the theme of this meeting really, or the report, is the increase in community spread, which even if we're comparing that to relatively lower spread within schools specifically, it's my understanding that an increase in community spread would lead to like a semi-proportional increase in the number of cases in schools. So specifically with reference to the 11%, I think, if I'm not wrong, that those above 10% metrics come from the CDC that put us in red. So could you contextualize what 11% is? Why is that an important metric? And how does that relate to transmission in schools?
Yeah, so I think, percent positivity, as you know, is one of the metrics that is present on the dashboard and often talked about. And again, I can't help myself, but I'll take the opportunity to say, right, these are the metrics that it informs our discussion, but we have to look at it in the context. And I think everybody knows this, but just to reiterate, what that says is that for everyone who is tested for COVID-19, the percent of tests that come back positive. And it helps really reflect the amount of virus you have in your community as in the context of how much testing you're doing. And so if you're doing a very small amount of testing, right, your percent positivity could be high, but that could just be because you're really only testing those at highest risk. Whereas if you're doing a significant amount of testing and still seeing that high percent positivity, right, that is good evidence of virus in our community. And I think if we look at our metrics together, right, so we look at our case count, we look at our percent positivity, and we look at kind of the hospitalization as well as how much testing we're doing, I think that yes, there is virus in our community. The levels are too high. We need to, the urgency needs to be here for our community, and we need to do everything that we can. We all need to take that responsibility to avoid gatherings, to limit to travel, to, I say it over and over, to practice the 3 W's, to really do every single thing we can to prevent spread so that we can get those numbers down.
Cheek. Are you there, Ms. Cheek?
Sorry, I didn't hear you call me. I wanted to make sure Mr. Schul was finished. And great question, Gabe. Perfect question. So kind of a good lead into what I wanted to ask. Just one last follow-up, and Ms. De La Hara kind of reminded me of it. And boy, Ms. De La Hara, it brings back memories of parents calling me and asking how many hours their child had to be fever-free before they brought them back to school back when my kids were little. But those fears are just escalated now when we're in a pandemic with a virus like coronavirus. But I remember parents almost like counting down the hours to see how many hours it had been since their child was sick, so they could get them back to school. And we need them to have kind of the opposite mentality of that now. How long can I keep them home to make sure that they don't get anybody at school sick would be a great way. So the one thing I just wanted to say or ask is there any concern should the vote or should the district decide to send students home for remote instruction for a period of time, and with Christmas coming where they're going to be home for 2 weeks? Is there any concern that actually increased community spread with all the children being home and a lot more people home outside of a protected environment like a school where there is screening, masking, dots on the floor telling people where to stand, and a little bit more controlled environment? Is there any concern about having kids out of school increasing the amount of community spread?
It's an interesting question. I have to admit, one that I'm not asked as frequently as some of these others. And I will get to that. I realize I want to make one follow-up point that I meant to make with Gabe's question around the 11% or looking at that and looking at it in context. And I do think it is important. I think Kathy alluded to this at the beginning, to look at all the data that we're looking at is also in the context of where we are right now, which is a really hard time kind of coming off Thanksgiving, where we are still seeing those effects and knowing that we're heading into a kind of more holiday season and more gatherings. And so I think as we look at that data, our level of concern does increase, especially knowing this time that we're in right now. So I just wanted to make sure that I said that. I think, going to the question of, we know a lot about this virus now. We know that it's a respiratory virus that is transmitted through close personal contact, especially when those prevention measures or precaution measures are not in place. And so, when people are at home, when they're not, if they're in school, if they're in work, or if they're outside of school or outside of work, the risk of transmission really depends on the activities that people are engaged in. If people are staying home, only, really spending time with those that they live with, not going to crowded indoor, events, or having close contact with individuals, their risk is going to be low. If they're not doing that, it's going to be high. And so I think really it just, I know we're really focused on schools tonight, but I always take the opportunity to say, right, everywhere that we are, we need to make sure we're engaging in those infection prevention measures.
That's
really
my
how we're
biggest
get those numbers down.
Yeah, that's a huge concern for me, is just the behavior being a little bit less monitored, a little bit less protocol driven when they're not in the schools. And so that's a huge concern for me as well, what we're doing in the community, obviously every day. Thank you.
I have another contact tracing question, and I will reiterate what Ms. Cheek said, that we're getting a lot of questions about how contact tracing works. a lot of confusion, and so would welcome the opportunity to work with your department in the county to I don't know if there's a way that we can do a walkthrough of a mock contact tracing exercise or something, but I think that would be really helpful for people who have not yet been through the process. One contact tracing question is, if someone has tested positive and they get that phone call, they do that interview, and they can't determine where they caught it, and so it just gets marked, categorized as community spread. And then after the fact, they find out, oh, a coworker had it too, or oh, a student had it too. After the contact tracing, is there a follow-up procedure, or is there a way to get that info into the record or into the investigation after the fact?
I mean, there is, especially obviously if that individual would call us, and every time we're talking with anyone who tests positive, we are providing guidance, but we're also providing our hotline number on our website, right? And saying, please contact us with any questions. And we are trying, again, as case numbers get, higher, but we're trying to also kind of send a follow-up text, several days later to say, this is a follow-up message and a link to our website. So somebody did call us, right? And say, oh yes, I forgot that. And we definitely have people that do that. They can't remember when their symptom onset was. They go and look at their calendar, or they ask their spouse, and they'll call us back. And our system is kind of designed to update that. Yes, it doesn't happen all that often, but yes, it is designed to update that.
Thank you. So, okay. So I guess I'm going to do a little bit of kind of saying what I think I've heard. So we have clearly we have multiple layers of prevention and protection in place in our schools. And I just want to give a shout out to the employees who are just done a Herculean effort to make all of that happen. And we also have, this has been a confusing time since COVID hit our shores, because the guidance from the federal authorities has continued to shift and been somewhat inconsistent. And the guidance, even the evidence as to which groups of people, how contagious they are, how contagious they aren't, who's susceptible, who isn't, has shifted. And so there's a lot of language like the best that we know right now is, and I hear that there's the level of concern. I did hear you say the level of concern is increasing as we're going into the holidays, as we're coming off Thanksgiving. In fact, the numbers are we done with the Thanksgiving surge? Do you know, or do we have a bit more to go with the post-Thanksgiving surge?
I think we are still expecting to see some effects of Thanksgiving. I think, unfortunately, we don't know for sure what we'll see until it happens, but we can't say with 100% certainty Thanksgiving's over, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. So then we're going into the winter break with potential for another surge after that. I guess my last question is, and thank God we haven't seen much transmission in our schools and no clusters yet. Perhaps some transmission. But as the numbers have increased in the community, the numbers have increased in our schools. And I think that's just a reflection of our schools are a microcosm of the community. So I guess, would you anticipate that if numbers get even higher, with the Thanksgiving surge, or if we hit another peak after the winter holidays, could that translate into increased numbers in our schools?
Yeah, I mean, so I think absolutely, the numbers that we report are kind of school associated cases, right? So cases among individuals who have been, working or attending in person within 14 days. And I think that we absolutely would expect that number to go up as we see more cases in the community. And I think this was also to Ms. De La Jara's point, right? Again, as we see more cases in the community, those prevention measures become more important, if that's even possible, so that we can decrease the cases, but they're also kind of the level of risk goes up as well. And that is true in all settings. So I think, again, I think it's really important, and this is the point that I wanted to make sure I made after Gabe's question, was looking at the data, right, and looking at where we are, but also in the context of where we are too. And these are some of the conversations, right, that we have been having with a lot, CMS leadership, with a lot of our community partners in the context of where we are right now. And I think that is important to keep that in mind. And that, in a different time, the conversation would be a little different.
Right, where we are right now and what the next few weeks we think may bring. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I know that we have, very heavy responsibility on our shoulders, the 9 of us, together with the superintendent, because, not only are we tasked with giving our kids a good education, but we're also responsible for their health and safety and for the health and safety of our 19,000 employees. And in particular, SB 113 acknowledges our role in the school board's role in making decisions that safeguard the health and safety of students. It calls out students in the legislation. It doesn't call out staff. But we're worried for our staff too. But ultimately, any decisions we make about remote learning, it's going to come down to how we gather, how we view this data, how we view this advice, and what is it that it's on our shoulders to do what we need to do to keep our students safe. And so thank you for all that you've contributed. It's a lot of time tonight. And I know it's a lot of time every week with our staff in giving us that guidance. I really am very grateful, Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan, and for the partnership with the health department.
Yeah, Kathy, I know that you put uncountable hours into this. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan.
So with that, colleagues, we have 5 action items tonight. And the first action item is going to be considering revisions to in-person instruction. Before we act, I'm going to turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I also want to thank, as I thank Dr. Sullivan, I wanted to thank Ms. Elling, as you did as well, for her tremendous work leading the district as part of our COVID response. Tonight, Madam Chair and board members, our staff will present a recommendation in the interest of protecting the health and safety of our students. And as Ms. Elling just presented our metrics update, and also as our county health experts have said, that COVID spread in our community is substantial and it continues to increase. We saw a sharp increase in the number of cases among students and staff over the past week, and our public health experts certainly expect the trajectory to continue to trend upward due to the impact of the Thanksgiving weekend. And I think Dr. Sullivan referenced that a few moments ago. We also understand that a second spike in cases is expected after the winter break and the end of year holidays due to family and public gatherings and traveling. And so for our recommendation, Madam Chair, board members, I will ask our Deputy Superintendent for Academics, Dr. Matt Hayes, to share the presentation prepared by our staff. Dr. Hayes.
Thank you, Superintendent Winston. I will, let me share my screen here. So thank you very much. As we get started here, I want to make sure that everyone knows that we have both Ms. Kathy Elling joining us back again. We also have Dr. Frank Barnes, Chief Equity and Accountability Officer, who will be with us this evening as we conclude with this to answer any questions along the way as we progress through this. So I'm going to start us off and speak to why we are here this evening. We have two main objectives. One is to share a proposed revision to the COVID-19 response. The other is to share implications of the revised plan for instruction, public health and safety, and the district and school level operations. So at this point in time, before we get too heavy into what we're recommending, I want to make sure that we bring Ms. Elling back to the presentation for 2 slides, just to center us back again on the public health metrics.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes. We have been spending some time this evening talking about our current readiness metrics, and want to reiterate that we are coming to you tonight with a recommendation because as we have indicated, we have 2 of our county health metrics that are in red. We also have cases that are in schools up and are now in red, and we are monitoring these conditions carefully, but we indicated that we would consult closely with both our public health officials and our district officials and board should we have 1 or more metric in red for the 14 days. So we are in fact following the guidelines that we set out regarding our dashboard. And if Matt will turn to the next screen and just highlights, yes, in fact, we have 2 county health metrics where we are. We've already discussed that. And our case counts are also up in numbers of schools impacted at this point. So that for context again and grounding, and now I think Dr. Hayes will start to discuss what our current proposal is.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Elling. So looking at our proposal this evening on a revised plan, we're recommending to move students K-12 into full remote learning beginning on December the 14th. Students will be given the opportunity to sit for their, high school students will be given the opportunity to sit for their required in-person exams. And students will remain in remote learning through January the 15th with the return date of January the 19th. Now, I want to just pause here for just 1 second and make sure that everyone understands that between December the 14th and the 18th, you are looking at a week's time, and then also through January the 5th, which is the starting of our 3rd quarter. That would be till January the 15th is 2 weeks. So we're talking about a 3-week time period here before we return our students on a rotation to in-person learning on January the 19th. So our exceptional children will return to remote learning unless their individualized educational plan or IEP calls for them to receive in-person instruction. Our pre-K will continue to be offered in person in our schools and also through our providers. High school and middle school EOC exams will continue as planned through December the 14th through the 21st with the following considerations, which will include but not limited to the return of students and teachers and staff to follow in the following to make sure that we have our EOC exams to take, specified CTE exams and CTE worksheets for mid-year graduates, CPR checklist for mid-year graduates, and also to proctor and supervise the exam administration. Now, I do want to pause here just for a second and state that this is a recommendation due to the fact that we have many of our high school students at this point in time and many of our schools that are preparing to take their EOCs and their specified CTE exams, which are required by the state. That is also required by the state that these exams must be taken in person. We want to make sure that all of our students have the opportunity that had planned to take these, still continue to have that opportunity moving forward. So with our exams, implications of the revised plan, students who attend in person and complete their exam will actually have the will have the opportunity to receive no lower than a 50 on their exam that will be averaged as 20% of their final grade. I do want to make sure that everyone understands that although these are state mandated exams and although the 20% of this exams has to be included in the student's grade, we can locally establish the grading scale and the parameters for the statewide exams that are given both with the EOCs and also with the specified CTE courses. So if if students do not either attend in person or for an EOC or CTE specified exam, they will receive an incomplete for that grade and will be permitted to take and makeup exam at a later date, but before June 1st, as outlined by the State Board of Education. Last week, our State Board of Education gave us this flexibility to be able to extend the window. By extending that window, we have the opportunity for our students that before, if they did not sit for the exam during first semester, they would have received a 0 on their grade because they would have missed the window. At this, thankfully, the State Board of Education has extended that. We have not established those specific windows yet, but we will do so in partnership with our high school principals. Athletes who receive an incomplete may be ineligible if they do not meet the GPA requirements that are currently in place or complete a sufficient course load. Now, I want to speak to this just for a second. We do have policy JJJ, which is established in Mecklenburg County, which states that a student must have a 2.0 in which to be eligible in which to participate with athletics. In part of our do no harm philosophy, we are asking later this evening that policy would be suspended for the spring semester, allowing those students the opportunity to participate if for some reason, because of COVID and because of the situations of learning, they were unable to attain that 2.0 GPA. The one thing that is key to understand here is that our state, North Carolina High School Athletic Association, has what is called a course load. What that means is that high school students must pass either 3 of 4 courses on a 4x4, or they must pass 6 of 8 courses on a A-day, B-day rotation. An incomplete does not count as sufficient course load completion. So that's very important, and we'll be making sure that we send that out to our high schools and also to our ADs if this is approved and moves forward. So other implications to bring to light is in graduation, mid-year graduation will be virtual on January the 13th, just as the end of year graduations were, and also our summer graduations were that have already taken place prior to this. Before school and after school enrichment programs will be closed effective December the 14th and will not reopen until January the 19th. Athletics, prior approved athletics activities involving athletics and marching band will continue and will be reevaluated as needed. I will tell you that with our athletics last week, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association did release a statement. They have added to students who are competing in competitions that students must wear masks, not only in practices, but also during competitions at this point in time. Because this is a North Carolina High School Athletic Association, all of our athletes participate in North Carolina competitions. We are following their lead on their participation at this point in time. Transportation is prepared to be able to transport middle and high school students during their exams. Staffing, we locally have an emergency leave that is expiring on December the 31st, and we'll address that in our actions that we are asking for the board to approve in just a few minutes. We also want to make sure that everyone understands that child nutrition will continue to feed EC and pre-K in person 5 days a week. CMS Eats at Home will continue its meal bundle distribution both for the 9th, the 16th, and the 21st of December, and that we will also plan to resume the program on the 6th of January and continuing the subsequent Wednesdays after that. So in all, the action that we are looking forward to move on this evening is to move students in K-12 into full remote learning beginning on December the 14th. Students will be given the opportunity to sit for their required in-person exams. Students would remain in remote learning through January the 15th with a return date of January the 19th. Exceptional children will return to remote learning unless their individualized education plan, IEP, calls for them to receive in-person instruction. Our pre-K will continue to be offered in person in schools through the providers. As stated earlier, our high school and middle school will both have their EOC exams as well as high school will have their specified CTE exams and work keys that need to be taken, and also any mid-year graduation requirements that must be met as well. And in addition to this, in our staffing, we are requesting to extend the local emergency leave expiration, which was established at this point in time for December the 31st, 2020, to be extended to January the 15th, 2021. So at this point in time, Superintendent Winston, I will pass it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes. Madam Chair, board members, that concludes our report and recommendation. And at this time, we would entertain any questions board members may have.
Anybody? Before we go to a motion? Okay. Ms. Byers-Bailey, would you like to make the motion?
Madam Chair, Ms. Marshall has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where are you? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Marshall. I'm sorry about that.
I think this was a lot to go over, and I just want to go back over the exam piece because I think that is really confusing for folks. Just to reiterate, this is not in CMS's purview to waive that exam. The exams that are end of course exams and certain CTE exams. These are federal requirements, and we have been working diligently to try and get those waived. But at the moment, we and every other school system in the state and the country have not been successful in that. That takes federal action, and as I said, we've been formal and informal about how to do that. So I want to assure the public that that has been the case so far. But last week, the state board made some arrangements or gave us an option to extend the window. So just again, for families, I want to just sort of have Dr. Hayes again present, just say, if you don't want to take the exam in person next week, I believe, then what are the options there? Could you just reiterate that for us?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be happy to. And I have Dr. Barnes here as well that can chime in. But we basically what we've done is we've tried to provide maximum flexibility for our students. One, making sure that our students that are ready to take their exams feel comfortable coming into our buildings, have the opportunity to go ahead and do that. I will tell you, I have a high school student. I will tell you that there is at times a lot of angst that comes with having to take these end of course exams at the end. And so if they have prepared to do that, we want them to go ahead and give them that opportunity instead of having to wait several weeks in which to take it. For our families who are just not comfortable having their student come in, or our students that are not comfortable coming in, we also don't want to penalize them as we were sort of stuck in having to do earlier with them receiving a specific grade. What this does is this allows for them to take an incomplete, and it allows them to take that exam at a later set time period that Dr. Barnes and his team will work with our high school principals to set those times for. I do want to be, and I appreciate you for bringing this back up, because it's very key and critical that our families understand that if a student who is also an athlete and is participating in a spring sport or is participating in athletics second semester, so please understand that we have normal athletics that would normally be a fall sport that are happening in the spring this year.
Right.
And so you have to make sure that you have attained that course load requirement. So if that's in question, we really encourage them to be able to go ahead and get in there and take that exam so it doesn't interfere with their eligibility.
Yes, I think I would, if I could give advice to those athletes, I think I would say go ahead and do that, so there is no doubt that your eligibility is not compromised, to go ahead and get that exam done if you are in that population to do that. So I appreciate that.
Ms. Marshall, can I ask Dr. Barnes, do you have anything that you'd like to say about any of the testing windows moving forward, or anything just as far as a time frame on those that we may be looking at?
You covered it thoroughly, but we do have the latitude, customarily through state statute. We have to, for a semester-long course, have to administer that exam in the last 5 days of the semester. With the state board's action, we are now given the latitude to set either a window or several makeup windows all the way up to June 1st, so that we don't have students have to wait all the way until the end of May. After this board makes a decision, we'll work with our principals and our learning community superintendents to determine when those windows would be. They would be district-wide windows, which schools could utilize to accommodate the specific needs of their students.
Thank you.
And I know Mr. Strain, you had a question, and then Ms. Sawyer, and then Ms. Delahara.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, the entire context of this conversation is about the health and safety of students. In fact, it's not really a conversation without that, given Session Law 2020-49 or Senate Bill 113, that gives us certainly the authority and discretion to continue to implement remote learning past, frankly, the 21st of August on that basis. So with that and your recommendation here to impose further remote learning, can you describe for us the relative health and safety risk of in-person learning versus remote learning? And I say that because we've had speakers, medical professionals tonight talk about the increased risk and in fact danger our kids face of remote learning, and that she's seeing that in her practice, and certainly across the board we see it in reports. So, whilst we talk about the risk of COVID, there's a risk of continuing with the remote learning as well. So can you talk to us a little bit about how you're weighing that health and safety risk of remote versus in-person learning?
Yes, Mr. Strain, I think it's important to acknowledge at the outset that we all want our students, and we certainly prefer that they learn in person. We know that is an optimal learning environment for our students. And so certainly we all want that when the conditions merit that they be in person. I would say, as it relates to the health and safety of our students, I believe that, based on the metrics that we have discussed tonight, that show there's substantial community spread. And those metrics also show that there's a rising positivity rate. Couple that with the discussions from our public health experts who fully expect to see an increase in the community spread of COVID-19 in the weeks ahead. We've got a couple of holidays approaching. Simply put, we believe it is in our best interest, again, for the health and safety of our students to return to remote instruction.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a light switch you're throwing here between personal. We talked about layers in our last session with certainly the public health department, and you're moving from responsibility of individuals and individual response to a district-wide response with this proposal. So you've skipped over, for example, pulling out a classroom because you've had broad transmission in a classroom, to broad transmission to a school, to broad transmission to the district, to just say we're just going to move straight to the district. So I'm a little confused by the logic there that skips all of those layers and levels we talked about and goes straight to imposing further remote learning on our kids. So with that being said, you and I have talked some about the performance of our students in this difficult environment that we've imposed upon them. How are our students performing relative to how they did last year? We've seen some other districts publish that information. Certainly, there have been requests for us to publish that information, and no doubt that'll come through as a public records request. Can you help us, because that's really important as we continue to impose more remote learning on these kids when our current, as we've all discussed tonight, we do not have broad transmission in our schools. We don't even have broad transmission in a classroom in order to pull that classroom out. And yet you're recommending imposing further remote learning on our youth. So can you help us out with what that looks like academically, specifically?
Sure. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Strain. I certainly would appreciate having, and hopefully this will come at a future board meeting, but the flexibility that you talked about regarding individual classrooms, that's not flexibility that I currently enjoy or have, I should say. I just wanted to be transparent about that. As it relates to the question around how are our students doing, so we know that based on first quarter data, what we're seeing in Charlotte Mecklenburg schools from a grading standpoint is reflective of what we see across the country. And that is not an excuse. We're seeing increasing number of students who are struggling academically. And so, we recognize that it is of concern to myself and my staff. I would say that, again, I have talked with other superintendents across the state and some across the country, and they're seeing the same type of grading in terms of increasing the number of students who are receiving D's and F's. I asked my team to review this information in first quarter. And again, what we found is that significantly more students are struggling. Now, what I will say is that I know our teachers are doing a tremendous job under the circumstances to be creative and to keep our kids engaged throughout remote learning. We do have instances where we know that students who learn best in person are not faring very well in a remote setting. But we have staff members who continue to work to engage our students. And so that is something that we continue to look at and improve on what we're doing instructionally.
No, I appreciate that. And thanks for the shout out to the teachers and staff. They're doing everything certainly in their power and beyond to try to make the best of what we've given them, of what we've imposed upon them and our families, right? And I think probably unnecessarily, but certainly that's my opinion as opposed to a statement of fact. But one other thing that I want to explore before we go on here, we talk a lot about disparities. We talk a lot about inequities. With regards to your analysis of first quarter grades, does that reflect similarly to that which, for example, the Fairfax County reporting reflected, that this imposition of remote instruction is falling most difficulty and inequitably on our most vulnerable communities?
So we continue to do a deep dive into that data. I would say that it would not surprise me if that data does reflect the trends that we're seeing across the country. I do think it's also important to recognize that we continue to work to implement some specific interventions in an attempt to get our impacted students back on track. There are a number of variables that we've got to be able to look at, and we've got to look at the data in different ways. And so our principals are doing that, working with our district level staff. I do think it's important for students to know that all hope is not lost. If you have received a failing grade in the first quarter. It does not mean that a student would fail the entire semester. And again, so I just want our students to understand that because there is hope, there is opportunity that we've given students to improve on those first quarter grades as well.
So I just want to make sure, I mean, so we recognize all of the difficulties, the struggles, whether that be social, emotional, academic, mental struggles with our students here, and all of those you're making a conscious decision to impose further remote learning on our students and staff here in order to avoid the risk associated with COVID of in-person learning, which we have clearly stated here. There's no broad transmission, right? And we've got low transmission rates in the schools. So clearly you've just gone through those things that's been, discussed with yourself and your staff, and that's what you're bringing forward to us is based on that, you're recommending further imposition of remote learning. Is that right?
I would, I think it's important to also highlight for context that we do have many students who continue to do well and thrive in a remote environment. In fact, I met recently with a group of our high school students who raved about how when they compare remote instruction from when we were in the spring period, that things are going much better for them. The instruction has improved. And so I want to acknowledge that as well. We do have challenges and we continue to work to address those challenges.
I look forward to you highlighting that when you present that data to us. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sawyer and then Ms. De La Hara.
Thank you. I just want to, since Mr. Strain was asking, looking at comparisons of our remote learning to other parts of the country and other cities, we may have an advantage here in that we are one of, I think, very few districts that was able to not only provide devices, but access to all of our students. And I really want to thank our community partners and CMS Foundation for making that possible. Because I think that will help us through this really difficult time. I had a couple of questions for probably Dr. Hayes, specific to staffing during these 3 weeks of remote K-12. Is there an expectation that staff will work in the building or work from home, or is that a school? How is that decision being made?
So we'll be making sure tomorrow we're meeting with all of our learning community superintendents. We'll be giving out very specific details to that around tomorrow afternoon and Thursday to the schools so they can distribute that out to their teachers. Right now, what we're looking at is going back to where we were at the beginning of the year, where we do not necessarily, all teachers will have the opportunity to work from remote if they choose to. But now when we have the high school exams, we will have to have teachers in the building in which to have those exams. And now returning back, we will, as you know, from what we've looked at before, we do need to have a little bit of prep time for our teachers in which to receive students. So with our students coming back into the building for in-person on the 19th, we would expect to have 2 mandatory days, which would be the 14th and 15th, which is the Thursday and Friday before the 19th. And before that long weekend to be able to come in, make sure that they have their room set up, make sure that they have all the proper PPE that they need, make sure that they have their clear processes and procedures, especially around our middle and high school, which at that point in time will be receiving students for the first time in a third rotation. So thank you very much for asking that question. But we'll definitely make sure that we get all of those fine details really taken care of before the end of this week. So we make sure that we're very clear in what that's going to look like.
Thank you. And I had just one other question about our the students who whose IEP require in-person instruction. I know that those teaching conditions are challenging because often those students cannot social distance and cannot wear masks. Can someone explain how our requirement to provide that instruction and how we can ensure safety in those conditions?
Ms. Sawyer, can you repeat the last part of your question? I heard the first part, but I want to make sure I understood the second half.
Yes, our legal obligation to provide that instruction and to talk about how we can do that safely, knowing that the students may or may not be able to social distance or wear masks.
I will be glad to start that conversation and ask anyone else that feels that I've left out anything to join. So, when we met, and I do believe it was it the August decision or late July where the board decided that we needed to evaluate the learning options for all children with disabilities, because we understood at that time that certain students with disabilities could not be appropriately served during in-person instruction. And so we are required to provide appropriate instruction for all students, and that includes children with disabilities of varying ranges. And there's a subset of those students for whom in-person learning is not deemed appropriate as a result of a review of their current developmental conditions and levels and disability through the IEP team process. We have a legal obligation to provide individual education services through the IEP process according to IDEA. So that is our legal obligation. The Exceptional Children's Department has worked extremely closely with the health department to create enhanced procedures for how to work with students with significant disabilities, because some of those students do not wear masks. I think that has been mentioned. So additional PPE has been provided. We have also provided additional procedures to support potential medical, what we would call potential medical situations that these students would be involved in, and set up a series of protocols around that are well practiced by that staff. So I do believe, to the greatest extent possible, we have provided the needed materials and training for staff to be able to execute on that. And Dr. Ann White, who's in charge of our Exceptional Children's Programming, has spent a great deal of time with teacher focus groups to talk through potential scenarios. I know Dr. Sullivan has been a part of that. Monica Adamayan has been Damian, has been a part of that as well. So I believe that I've answered potentially both of your questions.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
And Ms. Sawyer, the only thing I would add to that is that we just want to publicly on this here in this platform is to thank all of our EC teachers across our district because the job that they do day in and day out to serve our students, it's just amazing. And they're going to have to step up. They're stepping up and they're serving in a way that many other teachers may not have to during this time due to these legal obligations. And we just want to say thank you to them for being there for our students and supporting them throughout this time. So thank you.
I second that. Thank you.
Ms. De La Hara?
Thank you. This first question is for Dr. Hayes. Wanting to elaborate a little bit on you mentioned the anxiety that can rise around the testing that we know is required. Unfortunately, we have been advocating to receive waivers for that, but have been unsuccessful to this date. And you also mentioned this new state board policy that was passed last week that could give an option to push that out to the springtime. Do we have a plan in place coming from the central office pushing out communication, or will it be handled at each high school or potentially middle school level to help inform parents of what they can expect should they want to send their child in to go ahead and take the test? I feel like we have so many families that are upset about that, which is sort of out of our control. But I guess what could be in our control is helping them to understand what that testing environment will look like, any special, obviously, social distancing, the desk and things like that, but just to reassure them so that they could make that decision Do they want to go ahead and send their child in that last week that we're in person, or that they can go in December, or to opt for the spring testing date?
Thank you, Mr. Elhar. I'll start off and then I'll look to my partner over there, Dr. Barnes, to fill in anything. But I will tell you that many of our high schools have already started that communication. They started before around being able to offer exams, because we did not have the option of students being able to take an incomplete. Now, we also have students that are able to do what's called a medical exemption for certain reasons. And a medical exemption is a medical exemption. It exempts you from the exam if it is approved. But I will say that what we're looking at right now is we will be rolling out quick communication tomorrow at the latest Thursday morning directly to our principals, and from our principals to their families. Now, it will come from central office, the communication, because we want to make sure that that communication is clear, and that it also is a system-wide approach in moving forward with this. So it'll come from the district, but it will be distributed out through our learning community superintendents and then directly from the principals themselves, just to make sure that everyone gets it. Dr. Barnes, do you like to add anything to that, sir?
No, I think you covered it. We are providing communication once we get some clarity around our terms of engagement, if you will, from this meeting. We'll be able to communicate to our families all the options that they'll have based on that decision last week.
Okay. And so one more question related. Well, first, I guess I should say I'm glad that Dr. Sullivan was here tonight. I thought her input was really valuable, and her, confirming what the CDC is saying about the effectiveness of the precautionary measures are most effective, obviously, when transmission is low. And we're in a community spread, I should say, case numbers, and we're looking at our metrics of number of cases per 100,000. Right now, they're high. And I'm glad that she was one of the doctors. I think there were 3, possibly 4 total, that helped put that together to give us a framework to establish when we would be in the red. And we have been in certain categories for several weeks now. And so in thinking about how that relates to the health and safety, knowing that our precautionary measures are not as effective when community spread is high, why is it that we are not offering the same for pre-K? Why are we not including pre-K in this decision to go to remote learning? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, ma'am. I'll start off and then I'll let Ms. Elling jump in here as well. But I will tell you that as we've talked to our health officials, and from what we know is that our pre-K students are least at risk of contracting COVID, but they are greatest at risk in loss of education time. So we want to make sure that those students have every opportunity to come in. We also have seats that are in various providers across the county. We do know that that's critical to many of our families that are working throughout our community. And we also know that we also offer a remote opportunity for those students as well. So we have an in-person and a remote opportunity for our pre-K students. So we know that the ones that are in our buildings and the ones that are in our various partners across our city have actually chosen to do that. And with also having another opportunity. So it really boils down to specifically that they are least at risk for COVID. They are highest at risk for loss as far as academics. And I appreciate you asking that question, because once again, being one of the 2 groups that will remain with students, we also at the same time need to say thank you to them because we have a phenomenal group of pre-K teachers, not only in our buildings, but also with our providers that are throughout Mecklenburg County. We want to say thank you to them for everything that they're doing. Once again, this isn't, they may not have all the opportunities that some of our other teachers may have within the district, but the service that they provide to our students at such a young age and to the families of those students at such a young age is critical to their success as they begin to transition into elementary school. So we want to say thank you so much to them as well. So thank you for bringing and highlighting them. Ms. Elling, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
I would only add, in terms of, in addition to learning loss, the developmental age of that student makes remote learning very complicated and least appropriate per se, because of the age of the student. And so we, if we have an opportunity to do that, to provide the in-person, that is, we believe, a decision that we should make. One additional thing, if parents are uncomfortable, we are, I think, as Dr. Hayes mentioned, offering a remote option for those. So if this decision, potential decision you are making tonight doesn't land well with them, then they could make a different decision on a case-by-case basis in talking with their particular school.
Okay, I think I saw Ms. Cheek and then Ms. Byers.
Thank you. I just had a couple minor questions. I'm going to save a lot more comments. Well, maybe not. I don't know, but later. So one thing that somebody brought up earlier, I mean, all teachers matter. Clearly, we've got some EC teachers that are doing incredible work, but not just the teachers. I want to really say a shout out to the nurses, the physical therapists, the occupational therapists that are really working in face-to-face with these kids under really difficult conditions in a lot of our schools. Kids that don't wear masks, and so they're very highly exposed. And as far as those folks, I really just want to thank them. Some of them aren't CMS employees for contracted services with us. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Especially at Metro, the private one-on-one nurses and the people that are doing the trach care and a lot of that work. I know those. I do know that we have them. Some of them are actually also, and we're contracting some nurse extenders. Have we looked into extending the nurse extenders through the whole school year? Have we kind of given them the nod that we're going to need them all year? I know it's tough with professionals. We want to make sure we lock down those professionals to help us for the whole school year. I don't see COVID getting better.
Certainly very worthy of us to investigate that. We know, I think we shared that we were funding that with CARES Act dollars, which had to be used by December 31st. So we do have a potential need, and we need to identify a potential funding source as well. So I appreciate you sharing that, Ms. Chief.
Okay. And has there been given any consideration to consolidate EC services, since we may lose some of our kids that choose to stay home, and maybe consolidate services so that we're not so spread across the district? I don't know, either Dr. Hayes or Ms. Elling.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You know, when we started looking at services that we could provide currently, we did do some consolidation of students based on choices parents made for remote or in person. What we want to be careful about right now is I would say over mixing students who have not previously been cohorted together. So I think that would be a consideration that we would want to weigh pretty carefully at this point.
And accessibility. I want the accessibility to be there near these families' homes. And then the one other thing I'm thinking, when you talked about our amazing pre-K program that's going to stay fully engaged, and they've been in all year, is that correct? They've been in.
That's correct.
After the first 2 weeks, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Struck me in the heart just now was you talked about how, number one, they don't do well on the remote instructional platforms, and the loss of learning and the loss of, or not, the absence of what they need to prepare them for elementary school would just be so significant. It makes me wonder if K-3 not also be staying with them in the schools, because we know about as about the prison pipeline, if kids aren't reading by the time they're in third grade. And if a pre-K child isn't really doing well on a remote learning platform, I don't see how a kindergartner's doing a whole lot better. So I know what you've proposed right now, but I really wish we could figure out a way for our K-3 students. My heart hurts for those kids. I feel those are the ones that are least risk for spreading the virus and at the biggest risk for learning loss and learning academic. and it's going to be harder to ever catch them up. So I'm a little concerned that we're not keeping the K3s in. So that's more of an editorial comment. I know where your heart is with K3 as well, and Miss Elling as well, and Dr. Barnes and Mr. Winston. So I just, if there was, that could have been a consideration. I'm hurting over that one. So that's all though, but I just wanted to add just a big shout out for the ancillary staff that is doing the hands-on work with a lot of our most highly specialized needs students. So thank you.
Thank you for bringing them forward.
Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Thank you. Ms. Cheek stole a lot of what I wanted to say about our pre-K students, in that for years we have complained that the students were coming into kindergarten and they were not ready to learn. They didn't know their colors, they didn't know their numbers, they didn't know the alphabet. And the whole purpose of expanding our pre-K program to pick up as many students, especially those students who were coming to school knowing nothing by kindergarten. And we were spending for the first 3 years of their school, K through 3, trying to get them up to learn, just to be ready to learn, never mind knowing how to read. But just getting them ready to read. That was the whole purpose of expanding the pre-K program. And so it was vitally important that we keep those students in school for as long as we can, and every day that we can. And I also agree, and my heart goes out to my K3 students as well, that just are also, if we don't get them up to reading by 3rd grade, we're going to be struggling for the rest of their academic career, trying to make them career ready. But it starts in pre-K, but the K3 is just as important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Ms. Shipp and then Mr. Schul.
I also wanted to say, I really appreciate what our EC staff, they started early, right? September 29th, I believe it was. And just really want to shout out to them, the great work they've been doing. And I know this is the group where the 3 W's have been extremely hard. I actually know some teachers who worked at Metro and taught with them, and this has been difficult for them. And so I'm just thankful for the work that they've done. I think it has been difficult for them to do that and stay safe. So I was glad to hear, I think, Ms. Ellen, you mentioned the protections and the extra that they're doing, because teachers are concerned because they do have children, especially many of them, that they can't keep social distance. They're not wearing masks. I actually got to experience that, what that's like with that age, with that group. I had EC students and those students that really need that. So I guess I'm saying we want to thank those teachers, but we also know that that work is difficult, and that the question of keeping, the IEPs going and making sure that they're going to have in-person learning as needed, but yet also having the remote for the rest of EC. I think that was a good decision there. I do, pre-K is also another group. I want to thank those teachers for what they're doing. And also, I know that was a hard decision to make probably with the pre-K, because separating pre-K from, like it's already been said, K2 is difficult, because if we're going to say pre-K needs it, you're right, that's a separation. But we do have remote. Are we making sure that the parents know that remote is being offered? And are they able to make changes now if they haven't?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I think that's critical, because I think it was a question about, was there remote even available to pre-K?
There is, yes, ma'am, there is. And there has been since the beginning, and we even have had our county partners have even been able to say that, they've sent us some people that have wanted to enroll into pre-K, and because the county themselves do not offer a virtual or remote opportunity for kids, they send them our way, and we're able to get them enrolled and get them placed. So we appreciate that partnership as well.
And that's all for now. Thank you.
Mr. Shul.
Thank you. First, I just had a small point of clarification about the exams. I was wondering if a student receives under a 50, is that grade just a 50, or is that a possibility to retest before June 1st?
So unfortunately, and I'm gonna look and make sure that Dr. Barnes, unless he corrects me here, but we do not have an opportunity for a retest on EOCs. If you sit for the exam at the scheduled time, you can do no lower than a 50, but you may do better. Or you can elect to, or a student may elect to postpone that exam and take an incomplete, and then they could take it at one of the later dates established.
Gotcha. And the second, I had a question about, I think generally it's really tough for students to get a lot of the communication that goes through schools, and especially with regard to the high school exams this year, seeing it's such a complex process. So I was wondering if we could have a possibility of communicating directly to students with regards to exams, especially. So having some sort of direct, communication to all the CMS emails that explains the situation, and on social media as well.
Gabe, that's a wonderful idea. I don't know that we've thought about sending it directly to high school students' emails, or that we've asked principals to do that. So thank you, sir. We will take that advisement and move forward with it. Appreciate that.
Thank you. That'd be really helpful as well with all the CMS EATS programs. And then last, I had a question about, it seems to me that we're going to be in a similar situation, similar meeting, one which I won't be present at, like next before January 19th. So I was wondering if this situation is the same or similar in the sense of the statistics that we have, in terms of the metrics. Is this a precedent for a decision that would come prior to January 19th?
Gabe, I'll speak for myself for just a minute, and I would hope that it's not. I would hope that we would, that we get through that's the whole thing about coming back and being in remote, is to give ourselves right at 2 weeks before asking our teachers to mandatorily come back into the building on the 14th and 15th, and having our students come back. The one thing that's going to be key to this, and I think you've heard it continuously throughout this meeting this evening, is that it is going to depend on our community. It's going to depend on our high school students and our middle school students, and that are much more involved in sharing their time together, that they wear masks when doing that they observe the social distancing, and that when you guys are interacting with one another, and also all of our families are interacting with one another, that they do it with knowing that every decision they make has implications to how we as a community may get better or may get worse. And so we really hope that everybody will take the advisement of all of our health officials, wear a mask, keep social distancing, wash your hands, be careful about how many people you're conducting, exchange with in your homes and in the community. I think if we do that and we do it the right way, I hope that we see that number drop. And I hope that we're not back here having this conversation before June 19th. I hope that the conversation we have is in anticipation of opening our doors and having our students re-enter on a rotation of a third, a third, and a third at the middle and high school, and a double A, double B for elementary schools and our K-8s.
If there are no further questions, I'm going to go ahead and turn to you, Vice Chair Byers-Bailey, to read your motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, to ensure the health and safety of students, I move to return all students in kindergarten through 12th grade to full remote learning as recommended by the superintendent. I further move that our students with disabilities will continue to have equal access to remote instruction, and that remote instruction will be provided in a manner consistent with each student's IEP or 504 plan. All decisions about the delivery of special education services for students with disabilities must be individualized. If an IEP team determines or has already determined that a student can only receive FAPE if some in-person instruction along with the student's remote instruction is provided and staff is able to provide that instruction safely, a student with parent consent may receive those services in person, but only under those circumstances. Students may also be on campus for in-person evaluations to determine eligibility for special education services that cannot be accomplished remotely. My motion also includes the following: the adoption of the three new school calendars attached to this motion entitled K5 Revised Calendar as of 12/8/20, K8 Revised Calendar as of 12/8/20, 6/12 Revised Calendar as of 12/8/20. This remote learning plan shall begin on Monday, December 14, 2020. All students with transition to a combination of remote and in-person instruction as outlined in the attached calendars on Tuesday, January 19, 2021. All tests required to be administered in person by federal or state statute, policy, and/or plan will be administered in person the week of December 14th through December 18, 2020. The previously approved in-person instruction plans for pre-K remain unchanged. This plan will adhere to the guidelines of remote learning plan previously approved by this board on July 15, 2020. In addition, unused local leave for eligible employees that was set to expire on December 31, 2020 will now remain available for use until January 15, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Byers-Bailey. Do we have a second? I see a second from Ms. Sawyer. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Ms. Byers-Bailey, would you like to speak to your motion before we move to deliberation and debate?
I don't have a whole lot to say about it. I think we have talked about it. We've talked about the pros and the cons. We've talked about the health of our students, which is paramount in this motion. That is the underpinning for everything that we can do during this COVID. SB 113 it gives us the authority to only make motions regarding remote for our students, for the health and safety of our students. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, it's time for debate. Anybody?
I'm going to make a couple comments if I can get in the list.
Okay, go for it. You're first.
All right. So I wanted to reiterate what I just said, which is that teachers matter, students matter, honestly, parents matter. We heard from a lot of all of the above earlier. And, I think there was some indication by some of the teachers that felt like if we say anything about wanting to keep kids in school, that we're being negative towards them. That's not what this is about. I don't want to bash parents either. I heard a couple people say that parents need to reach out and ask for help more. I'm getting bombarded by parents who are telling me how badly their kids are struggling. The thing that struck me was something that one person said, that she said, we're letting a pandemic virus potentially collapse our education system as we know it today, because we definitely are keeping kids in an environment that we are seeing, not maybe locally, maybe we're not getting all the numbers yet, as Mr. Winston said, but nationally and regionally, we're seeing a lot of problems with kids falling behind. And I don't think, as I've heard many times, somebody said the virus isn't any more contagious at Concord Mills than it is at Old Mecklenburg Brewery. It's the same thing. It's whether you follow the rules. So I'm really troubled that we are saying that pre-K students are so critical to have in person that the risk of them being, the academic risk to them is greater than the risk of the virus. So we're going to keep pre-K in. I don't think kindergarten's first, second, and third grade, all the way up through fifth grade through elementary, the risk to them is also extremely low. And we are not seeing that kind of, issues in our schools that would make me say we have got to shut things down. The risk benefit is where we've got to look. In our K-5s, it's not there. I understand some concerns with the older students and the transmission of this virus does change. But when I'm seeing comments from the World Health Organization today, the World Health Organization today said, Europe is an epicenter of the pandemic, but while they're grappling with the surge, we say now with certainty that closing schools should be a measure of last resort. A measure of last resort. Bars are still open, restaurants are still open, gyms are still open, movie theaters, but we're going to shut down schools. Dr. Fauci has said repeatedly the default position we should have is to bring children back to school. That should always be our option. The safest place, he says, it seems now the safer place for kids to be is actually in school. That's Dr. Fauci. So if we're going to follow science, we're going to talk about the CDC, we actually have to listen to what the people that are in these positions are saying. Dr. Redfield, who we quoted a lot last summer, he says while the spread is really high and the risks are very high with COVID, he says there's clearly stated that the data strongly supports K-12 schools is not where transmission is occurring. And he recommends that it would be counterproductive from a public health point of view to elect to close schools. This is Dr. Redfield. So I've been bashed in the past few weeks from teachers that say I always talk about being a nurse. That doesn't make me an expert. I'm quoting some people that are experts that I think all of us on this board in this community listen to and turn to for expertise. Dr. Fauci, Dr. Redfield, the World Health Organization. They're telling us we don't need to close. I understand some concerns with the middle and high school with older kids because over 12, the transmission rate is similar to an adult. But K-5 does not need to be taken home and sent home. They need to be in school 5 days a week. And that's what the governor has said. He hasn't backed away from that, even with some new restrictions today. So I cannot support this motion. That in no way means that I want teachers to be endangered. That in no ways that I don't think teachers matter. But what it says is that I'm really following the letter of the law with Senate bill that says that we make this decision to go remote based on the health and safety of our children. The data is not there for K-5. So I cannot support this. And I wish that we would reconsider and keep our K-5 kids in school where they need to be. Thank you.
Ms. Sawyer.
Thank you. I support this motion to support the health and safety of our students. I've gotten lots of emails and heard lots of comments about what various medical experts have said and comparing our situation to that of Europe. And there's some critical differences. One, in Europe, people don't go bankrupt over health care. They have nationalized health insurance, health care that is accessible to everyone. We are not in that condition. And we have, while the statement is true that, you know, schools should be the last things to close, that's assuming you close everything else. And we have not in this society prioritized education and in that way. So Concord Mills is open and crowded, and the breweries are open and crowded, and we are still supporting in sports events. And so we have to consider the safety of the students in the time that we have them. And that's why I feel strongly that we need to be in remote learning at this time. I wish that our society had different priorities, but they don't. So this is where we are. Thank you.
See Ms. Ship.
Yes, I believe that we know that we want our children to be safe, and safety is what we're talking about with Senate Bill 113. There is an impact on the safety of our schools when our staff is not healthy, is not safe, because it's together. I don't think it's students versus teachers. And when we talk about teaching and learning and the whole purpose of having our kids in person, it is the core business, the teaching and learning. And if we are at a point where our coverage and the way we look at how we teach is diminished because of cases with our adults, knowing that that can be the case, not just our children, then that coverage and lack of teachers in the classroom impacts the safety of us being able to look at how we work with our children and how we keep them safe when we have less staff coming into the building to support this. And we know that our students do better. I definitely know 100% our students do better when they're in person. Can we close the gap? Can we catch them up? We hear a lot about that they're not doing well. What was the expectation for the first quarter when we knew we were totally in remote and we would have to make sure that everybody adapted to remote learning? I don't know that we could have expected the grades to be different, that our data to be different. But what we do know is that virtual learning is not going to go away, unfortunately, right now during a pandemic. So we're going to have to continue to work hard to ensure what that looks like. The hybrid model is a tough model. We know this. And so that's what we're facing, a difficult model, and keeping our kids safe at the same time and teaching. Some of the teachers teaching 3 different groups in the classroom. And also looking at keeping all of these things, the 3 W's, talking to kids about their masks, keeping them socially distanced, all these safety pieces are important. And now our rates are up at 11%. Of course, that brings, we talk about the social and emotion of children, that's important, but we have to think about the health and the social emotion of everybody that impacts our children, the teaching and learning. So those anxieties with our children, because they're not coming back to what is, quote, a normal day, 2 days a week. Is that the normal way they learn when they're sitting by themselves, 6 feet away, eating by themselves? It's different. And even as we think about how our high school and middle school students, when they come back, will feel, it is not the same. So I think we have to bring all of that in consideration. But more than anything, we have to be concerned about where we are right now. Did we not think there would be a time we would have to pivot? Did we think this wouldn't happen, that the rates wouldn't get so high? Is that not what we said we would monitor with our dashboard? Did we ever think there wouldn't be a time that this might happen and we might have to pull back? And my hope is that it will be a short time, because we want kids in school, all of our children. But I do think this is a time to pivot for the safety of and well-being of our children and what impacts our children in schools. It is not one piece, it's multiple pieces. And I agree that this is now the time.
Mr. Shule.
Thank you. We're in a position that we've been in before, and this board has been in before, where people are scared. Teachers are scared. Students are saying that they hate online learning, that they are struggling with online learning. And yet they're also scared and fearful of going to school with increased positivity rates, with increased hospitalizations, with county health officials that are telling us that we should do every measure possible to to stop community spread. And yet somehow we always seem to dichotomize these students and teachers and parents' fears with what the real facts are, with what the real data is saying. When that's just simply not accurate, because all of the guidance that comes from the national, state, and county level to open schools and the importance of reopening schools comes with the specific stipulation of limiting community spread. Dr. Fauci's statements came with the stipulation of closing bars first, something that we have not done and is the reason why our positivity rate is 11%. Dr. Redfield's statements came within the context of the CDC removing guidance to move towards reopening schools first. All of these health officials are coming specifically with stipulations talking about limiting community spread. At the point where we are at our 11%, it's simply unethical to make a decision saying that we should leave in-person schools, the decision for in-person schools as they are, because community spread will indicate the transmission rate for schools, even if that we've said that schools aren't specifically hubs for transmission. The increase in community spread means that there's going to be a somewhat proportional increase in the amount of cases that we have in schools. And I will say that this decision should not come without acknowledgement that online learning has problems and that online learning increases fail rates and that it's a struggle for teachers, parents, and students alike. But by the same token, it shouldn't come without acknowledgement of the fact that those same communities and those same demographics are the ones that would suffer the most because of the virus. So I think it's ultimately very clear that this is the right decision for this board.
Well said.
Okay. Okay. I think on that note, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote.
Wait,
Oh, sorry. I see more hands. I thought we were done. I'm sorry. Okay, so who's next? Ms. Delahara and then Ms. Marshall.
Thank you. Make sure I'm not on mute. Okay, thank you. So this one is a tough one for me, only in the sense that I agree with Ms. Cheek about the issue about pre-K. So I'm struggling right here, only in the sense that, of course, I'm advocating, I understand that we have high community spread numbers and that for the health and safety of our students and, you know, our staff and everyone else, I do think that we should be moving to remote learning. I actually would have maybe wanted that to happen over the weekend, but I certainly see with all the presentation that you all have laid out that it takes time and effort to think through and literally, you know, dot our I's and cross our T's to get everything in order to make such a big transition like this. So I guess I will be okay with us doing that on Monday. However, I am really troubled because I do think that for us to be concerned about that for K-12, the same logic applies to pre-K. And so I'm just stating that out loud. I'm struggling in my head and I'm going to process over the next few minutes on which way my vote is going to go because I really want to make that statement strongly. And that does not mean for the reasons that you established that I believe Dr. Hayes mentioned. I agree that they struggle in the online environment. I agree that K-3 struggles in the online environment. I agree that certain children and all struggle with the online environment. So it's not to discount that by any means. But if I'm making my vote based off of the health and safety of students because of our rising community spread numbers, then it seems like it needs to apply to pre-K. So I'm just kind of stating that, and then I'll make a few other comments and I'll marinate on that a bit. I guess I would also say that I really appreciated the comments tonight from all of the community members. I mean, they kind of summed up a lot of what I wanted to say, so maybe that'll make it go faster because they really spoke to expressing their concern. Both families, did you catch that? There was even a family, a woman spoke, her child's in full remote, but she wanted to advocate for just community spread and why that's important and for other students. and for our teachers. And then of course, teachers came tonight to sure talk about themselves, but did you catch how many times they also spoke about the health and safety of students? And that was really powerful because they are thinking about that as well, because they're there, they're on site, and they know how it's been playing out for better or worse. And I think that they see an opportunity for us to be even safer for not just themselves, but for students. I appreciate Gabe's comments just now, kind of clarifying, summing up the contradictory statements that exist from our authorities, from our agencies, people, professionals, doctors in the national spotlight or local spotlight, because oftentimes they do put out dubious statements, and it's always in a context of something else. And so I appreciate you bringing that forward, Gabe, because I was going to comment to that as well. I think that a lot of my decision, as I've already said, and I won't reiterate it tonight, goes to that point of how we've established, from my opinion is, and in reading, I really did read through all the CDC guidance so that I could understand. But this whole idea of our precautionary measures being, yes, effective, but only as they diminish that effectiveness when we have high community spread. So that a lot of my decision is geared in that, knowing that that can be true. I guess I just want to also say I sort of reject the idea that exists in our community, or any framing of this situation that tries to define this as any zero-sum game. I do understand that many children are struggling in this virtual environment, and just because I'm prioritizing their physical safety does not mean that I'm discounting their mental health or the long-term effects that COVID is going to have on our society as a whole. And, I would call on our federal and state and county leaders and partners to be considering that as well, and to appropriate specific funding to address mental health concerns and hopeful, summer programming. Let's say the vaccine comes in, starts to work, and we have then the summer coming up. I mean, can they give us, I hope they're discussing that, specific summer programming that we may be able to put in place to help remedy some of those situations that we know happen. I acknowledge fully that happen, but again, I'm choosing now to prioritize the physical safety of our children, and it does not mean that I'm discounting any of the mental concerns, mental health concerns. Although I do think it's also interesting that some of our teachers tonight pointed out their concerns. I've had many families write me that they're very concerned about the mental effects that their children are experiencing because of all of the inconsistencies in the in-person environment. As teachers get exposed and then that teacher's out, and then you've got a new sub or a TA that's been pulled in, or facilitator, there seems to be, in certain situations, a revolving door, if you will, of different adults that are being pulled into the classroom. And I've had some folks write me and say, this is actually really unsettling for my child's mental health because of that environment. And I just think there was a teacher or two that pointed out to that tonight. So I thought that was important to mention. I also just want to make a quick statement here, if I can, because some comments were made tonight from some of the speakers, and I get a lot of emails that are related to this. Let's not forget in our community which parents are pushing for more in-person learning and which parents are not. Ironically, many parents who want increased in-person learning, oftentimes in their messages to me, and it was said tonight from a particular parent, maybe two or three, that we really need to think about what we're doing to minority and or low-income children. And I've heard people say it's the most inequitable thing that we're doing right now by not pushing for more in-person learning. But we need to really look at the facts to see if that argument, if it supports that. I mean, of course, across the board, whether we are in-person learning or in the remote environment, our most vulnerable kids are going to be the ones that suffer. And that's the bottom line. And that is unfortunate, of course. But the facts do not support, we actually have, for example, a disproportionate number of African-American children who have opted into the full remote academy. And I'm certainly not equating low income directly with African-American, but I am going to make this point because I think this is really important for our community to understand. Many of our students of color or low income families from all backgrounds, and again, I'm not equating those, as a direct correlation, but they are facing challenges in our community of not having health care. I think someone mentioned that tonight. Higher hospitalization rates and death rates. The CDC just came out Saturday with their updated numbers. It's 3 times as high. And so we see this disproportionate amount, African-American kids in particular, 36% of our student body, yet 46%, at least for fall. I asked for spring updated numbers. I didn't get them yet, and I understand everyone's super busy. But this whole idea that we need to rush back to in-person learning just for them doesn't necessarily hold water. And I just really think that's important that we understand that and stop framing it in that context, particularly if you are not of those categories yourselves. Let those people speak for themselves. I can tell you that I have had very few Latino families reach out to me pushing for a return to in-person learning. I've had many conversations with Dr. Jones. As an at-large member, I feel like I need to reach out to the whole community to help me understand. And she also confirms the same, and I just think that's really important that we understand that and stop using that, if you will, as our reason. I also think it's important to note that because so many have chosen the full remote academy, we need to do everything in our power to make the online learning experience the best possible experience it can be. And as some of our very first students tonight spoke, they said it could be better. They gave suggestions, the ones that are working with the folks from UNCC, and I thought it was so poignant. Because if we want to be equitable, we also have to invest our time and energies into making the full remote academy or any online learning the best it can possibly be. And let's be clear, no federal or state governing body gave us a bunch of COVID czars and said, hey, here's extra resources to make this happen. So I say that to commend all of our top leadership and our superintendent, because I know how hard you all have been working, but our resources only go so far. So we also need to understand that while we're all spinning our wheels trying to, how can we get more kids back? How do we change the plan? The principals, are they focused on instructional leadership right now? Or are they focused on contact tracing? Because some have told me that's all they do all day is answer parents' questions and figure out contact tracing. So I'm not sure, I'm thinking maybe we're doing a disservice to our full remote academy folks by not also allocating resources to make that the best possible, particularly when so many have chosen for that for their own health and safety. And again, I'll just close by saying thank you. I know so many people have thanked folks tonight. I just mentioned the top leadership, cabinet leadership here, our superintendents, our teachers, our TAs. Thank you for speaking out tonight. Facilitators, instructional coaches, social workers, there's so many, BMTs. I know I'm missing someone and I apologize, but we know that all of these changes, it's been tough for everyone. And I know sometimes folks don't feel heard. And we can always do better, but we do hear you. So thank you for sharing your comments constantly with us.
Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues have given some very thoughtful comments, and I think most people that have been listening to this very long meeting, and we're still going here, realize that there are no easy answers, and frankly, there's probably not any right answer because it's just so much to consider. I certainly struggle with all the issues at hand, and see so many points of view. And I think, unfortunately, this has been framed as of late as everybody seems to be more and more hysterical about lots of things, that if you vote one way, you're anti-teacher, and if you vote one way, you're anti-student. And that's unfortunate, because I can hold concern for both in my heart and in my head. And I know that teaching and learning go hand in hand, and we have to do it safely, and we have to do it with fidelity. So all of these things are things we're considering right now, and I think the community understands that across the board. I think that, I mean, the statute that we've referenced indicates that we have a responsibility to educate students, and we have to be concerned with their safety and their health. And we also have to be concerned about our staff, because that all, again, goes hand in hand, to be concerned about how they feel and how they are safe. And so I want to talk for just a second on some things that I've been thinking about in terms of what we can do as a board, as a community, as parents, frankly, to make our staff feel more safe and more confident. One of the things that I think we've heard as of recently, there's some testing ability that the state board has been rolling out in terms of rapid tests. And I know that just came out last week, and we've started to ask about how we can participate in programs like that. It's not going to be a catch-all be-all. I think the more we can pull rapid tests in, and this is something I want to work with our county health department on, the more information we have, the better we are going to perform. So I think that's something we need to pursue. Substitutes. I see that I've heard in the last few days that certainly while principals are worried about contact tracing, they're also worried about staffing, and that staffing sometimes involves substitutes. And while we have a robust pool, people, as I think many can understand, aren't raising their hands very quickly to go in schools. So there is a lot of moving around, as Ms. De La Hara, I think Ms. Shipp had mentioned. There are some revolving doors, and that's unfortunate. So I think that parents that are very concerned about kids being in school need to understand that it's just not a magic wand and everybody shows up and it's all great. We've got to have more folks raising their hands to be substitutes. I think that is really key. And I know that we've got central office staff that are now deputized to substitutes. A lot of that is happening. So I think that that's something we're gonna have to be concerned about. The vaccine. I mean, this is fortunately in our horizon. And I think this is so important to talk about. We advocated that our staff.
I just want a reminder that to keep your comments germane to the motion.
Well, okay, but I'm just, okay. Well, I'll probably put some of this in a Facebook post, because I've got several things I think that are really important for staff to be able to understand that on how we want to support and continue to support and make that even more robust for them. I do want to say here that I've also heard a lot of comments that do distress me in terms of this this belief that teachers are asking to not be in buildings for a variety of reasons, and that they don't want to come to buildings, or that they're lazy. And I just so want to dispute anybody who says anything like that. I've seen comments on Twitter today. I've seen comments in emails, and that needs to stop, because again, our teachers are working nonstop. All staff is working nonstop. And I think this is important to realize as we're going forward. And in conclusion here, I know you're happy for me to get to that point. I'm not going to support this recommendation for a couple reasons. I wanted us to finish out this semester. I thought we were so close. And again, I have not been thoroughly convinced that the transmission rate in the schools is so high that is preventing, particularly elementary, from staying the course. So I was hoping we could finish out the semester and keep that in place. I do support a pause before we enter back in with everyone, with middle and high school, and really everyone, because I do think that this is a mitigation strategy, because let's face facts, we are in a tricky time right now. And I think that folks have got to understand that we got to hunker down, and we know we're going to have some a little bit of a cooling off period. And I think if we start strong after a couple weeks of a cool down, then we're gonna stay stronger. So I would support that, but I wanted us to finish out the semester in person, so that this break is not a long break and a long pause, but I think that we could utilize that and it would be a helpful thing for us. So I also want to say to folks, you know, I really want to encourage the superintendent to be aggressive on shutting down, or not shutting down, but putting a school into remote, if that is the case, because I think that that's really going to be important to again, mitigate issues that we see. And so while people may be cheering a vote that I made, this may be your school that gets shut down for a few weeks, or again, go to remote for a few weeks. So I want to really encourage Superintendent Winston to do that however this comes out, because I think that that is certainly a mitigation strategy that we need to use. So thank you for allowing me my long remarks, and I will put again some other options that I think we can do to keep our staff safe, because that is so important. Thank you.
And as a reminder, Ms. Marshall, we have reports from board members at the end of the agenda if you've got more of a message to share there. So this has been duly debated. I'm going to turn to Madam Clerk to please call for the vote.
Board Member Rhonda Cheek, how say you?
I vote no.
Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones, how say you?
Unmute, Dr. Jones.
I vote yes.
Board Member Carol Sawyer, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Margaret Marshall, how say you?
No.
Board Member Sean Strain, how say you?
No.
Board Member Lenora Shipp, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Jennifer Delahara, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Thelma Byas Bailey, how say you?
Yes.
Board Chair Elise Dashew, how say you?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 6-3.
Okay, thank you very much. It was a tough one. Okay, the second item for consideration tonight is recommendation for approval of changes to policy JKD. And I'm going to turn to Dr. Jones as chair of the policy committee to introduce this item and to make the motion for its adoption. And as a reminder to the public, since this is an item reported out of one of the board's standing committees, it does not need a second. Unmute.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. JKD, suspension, exclusion, and expulsion of students. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Policy Committee, I move to approve proposed changes to policy JKD as follows. The recommended changes focus solely on Section 3 of the policy, Part D. Section 3, Part D of the policy regarding short-term suspensions. The primary change would allow an appeal of any short-term suspension that is 3 days or longer. An additional change creates a process to track and help eliminate the disproportionality of suspensions. Therefore, Madam Chair, I move to approve proposed changes to policy JKD.
Thank you. We do not need a second. Ms. Sawyer?
When we drafted the policy during the committee meeting, we left some, I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'll start with the motion. Madam Chair, I move to amend the second paragraph of the proposed policy revision to policy JKD, section 3, part D, to read as follows. Parental appeals. Parents may appeal the imposition of any short-term suspension of 3 days or more. The parental appeal will require designated staff to promptly review the suspension and render a decision to uphold or modify the suspension. The principal will review the suspension if it is imposed by a principal designee. The learning community superintendent will review the suspension if it was imposed or upheld by the principal. The decision of the learning community superintendent is final and may not be appealed to the superintendent or the board.
Madam General Counsel, does the amendment need a second? It does. Okay, do we have a second to the amendment? Ms. Schiff?
I'll second
Okay.
it.
Okay, so we have an amended motion able with a second from Ms. Schiff. Ms. Sawyer, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, this is a friendly amendment. In looking at the draft that we produced at the end of the meeting with some community feedback, we realized that the language wasn't clear. The changes were more than just a technical change and a grammatical change, but it is keeping with the spirit of what the committee intended, and it's just clarifying that language.
Okay, any further deliberation or comments from board members before I go to the vote?
Can I just, are all the committee members in agreement with the motion amendment?
Yeah, the committee members?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Mr. Strain, are you?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was something that you had been discussed. I had been told this was coming, that they would send this around for us to see in advance, but I, of course, didn't get an advanced copy of this amendment. So just double checking.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, just so you're clear, you're going to be calling on the vote on the amendment.
And then we'll go to the main motion, right?
Well, if it's passed, the motion as amended.
Exactly, right. Okay. Any other deliberation needed before we vote on the amendment? Okay, Madam Clerk, could you please call for the vote on the amended motion?
Board Member Rhonda Cheek, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Carol Sawyer, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Margaret Marshall, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Sean Strain, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Lenora Shipp, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Jennifer Delahara, how say you?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Thelma Byers Bailey, how say you?
Yes.
Board Chair Elise Dashew, how say you?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 9-0.
All right.
That is the amendment to the motion passes.
Right.
I'm sorry. Correction, Madam Chair. The amendment to the motion passes by a vote of 9-0.
Okay. So that is now the motion. Any further discussion before we vote on the motion?
motion as amended.
as amended. Ms. De La Hara.
Just a quick note to say thank you to the policy committee for doing this great work and working with the equity committee and others to bring this forward. It's important, so thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, and I'll echo that. I especially do want to thank the work of the equity committee. This is, you know, the inaugural year, and this was helped along because of some really good work on one of the subcommittees of the equity of our CMS Community Equity Committee. So thank you all for that. I'd like to see the fruits of your labor. I think this is one small step in attacking our disproportionality and our suspension rates, but it's only a small step. I think where we're really going to make a difference is in the preventative measures. And so I look forward to further work. But this is a good step in the right direction. And so with that, Madam Clerk, could you please call for the vote on the amended motion?
Board Member Rhonda Cheek, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Carol Sawyer, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Margaret Marshall, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Sean Strain, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Lenora Shipp, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Jennifer De La Hara, how say you?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Thelma Bias Bailey, how say you?
Yes.
Board Chair Elise Dashew, how say you?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the amended motion passes by a vote of 9-0.
All righty, thank you. Next item of consideration is looking at the temporary suspension of the 2.0 GPA requirement in policy JJJ. Before the board acts on this, I turn to the superintendent to introduce this item and to make a recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. It is my recommendation that the board suspend policy JJJ for the second semester of the current school year, which is 2020-2021. And I want to acknowledge that the reason why I think this is important because it does acknowledge the ongoing impact that COVID-19 is having on student learning from both the remote learning as well as the social and emotional side of the student experience. And with that, I would appreciate the board's continued support because this would be an extension of what the board has already done.
Okay, before we, excuse me, go to the motion, do any board members have any questions? Dr. Jones?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I need further elaboration on it. I mean, this is quite impactful, and I just, if Mr. Superintendent, you would elaborate a little bit more on the need for doing this.
Sure, Dr. Jones. The reason why when the board previously voted to temporarily suspend policy JJJ, that occurred for the first semester. And so what we're merely asking is that that be extended for the second semester, and have had conversations with our athletic director, Sue Duran, who supports this motion as well. And we think that given all that, particularly the social emotional impact the virus has had on our students, it's been significant since March. And it remains significant and with no end in sight. And so I would respectfully request that the board extend the temporary suspension of policy JJJ for that reason, Dr. Jones.
So is this just athletics or extracurriculars?
Thank you for asking that question. This includes extracurricular activities, which does include athletics.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Okay, Ms. Marshall, could you read the motion? Oh, sorry. Ms. Cheek had a question.
Did we ever hear anything or any more details from the North Carolina High School Sports with NCHSAA about whether they were going to do something similar to what they did for this fall as far as their changes?
Ms. Cheek, and I would invite, we have athletic director of athletics, Sue Duran, with us. But it is my understanding that the North Carolina High School Athletic Association has maintained its position that it will not be waiving the required course load required for student athletes to participate.
So they're not going to waive the spring as they did the fall.
That's my understanding, and I would invite Ms. Duran to either clarify or state differently.
Good morning, Sue.
Oh, is it morning? Is it after midnight?
It's about there, isn't it?
It feels like
Good to see you.
Well, good morning back at you. Yeah, at this point, the high school association is not going to waive the minimum load requirement in the second semester. And just in talking with several of our athletic directors and trickle down talk from them talking with their principals, there is just a lot of concern at our schools with the impact of March to December. Not a single day has a high school student walked in a classroom and had in-person instruction. And they have students, many students that are struggling. And, I know at waiving it in first semester that allowed our student athletes to be able to participate, it gives some normalcy to a school year for them in another aspect of their life that's critically important, and that's the team atmosphere, the family atmosphere. And in just talking with athletic directors and principals, we just think it's to take that away second semester as we continue to just battle all of the social, emotional, physical, just all of the things the students are dealing with, to pull athletics away when we could just extend grace and a little bit of mercy here and just say, listen, we know you're going through unbelievable circumstances. Let this piece of normalcy survive for second semester, with the understanding, hopefully, that we're going to be back in school for most of this second semester, and we can reinstate this moving into the next school year, and it would be the requirement in the first semester, hopefully.
I appreciate that clarity. And I think the funny thing that the ironic thing about what you just said is we just voted to keep kids out, and you just told us all the bad things that happened because we've kept kids out. It's just a little.
All the struggles. There are struggles. There's no question.
There's a lot of struggles.
Yeah.
So, and about how grades are struggling, social, emotional is struggling.
Yes.
I'm not sure that with the vote we made really had the health and safety of kids in mind, but I thank you for that. And I've been a huge athletic supporter for our CMS athletics for many, many years, decades.
Yes.
And I will support this because I do know the importance of it. I don't like it. I don't like that we have to do this, but I will support it.
I understand.
As
Madam
former
Chair,
to say I'm going to do it for the children.
Dr. Jones?
well, I just asked the question, extracurricular. And what I heard is athletics.
The
Now, how does-
policy reads extracurricular.
Mhm.
We're just approaching it from the athletic side. I mean, I'm sure band is going to appreciate it. I'm sure all the other extracurricular activities that are back would appreciate it. But, I brought it forward from the athletic side because that's who I represent.
Oh, so, okay. So I thought, okay. So the other extracurricular is in fact going to feel some of this same, as you said, support.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to confirm that. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to suspend the 2.0 GPA requirement for extracurricular activity participation as required in policy JJJ for the second semester of the 2021 school year, provided a student meets local promotion standards from the 2019-20 academic year.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Ms. Marshall, a second from Ms. Byers-Bailey. Anybody want to chime in with deliberation before we move to the vote?
Cool.
Mr. Strain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one I actually am torn on because it was presented as all of the negative impacts of COVID. These aren't the negative impacts of COVID that we're talking about. They're the negative impacts of this board's decisions. That's what the negative impacts are from. And as a result of all of the negative impacts, which we just sort of swept under the rug for 4 hours so that we could talk about the risk to the health and safety of our students. Now what we're talking about is that all of those things are so tremendous that we have imposed remote learning on our kids, and as a result, they haven't been able to achieve their academic goals, and so we should lower the bar academically. And so this is very difficult for me because we just, again, spent 4 hours minimizing what we've done so that we could turn around and spend 20 minutes talking about, well, actually, it was very significant what this board has done to our kids academically, and we need to lower the bar so that they can do co and extracurricular activities. I, like Ms. Cheek, am going to support this because of the kids, but I call the board on this because the board is who has actually imposed this remote instruction unnecessarily at this point. And as a result, we've got all of these issues that we've introduced in terms of kids' achievement gaps that we sort of swept under the rug in the first 4 hours of this meeting. So, I'm sorry. I am truly torn because this is not something I do lightly. These requirements are in place because the co and extracurricular activities are just that, and they really are privileges to those who are achieving the academic objectives that we are here to help our students achieve. And we're saying, no, it's no big deal. Now, fortunately, when we suspend it further, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association is going to, at least in that piece on the athletics, is going to catch some of these students to say, actually, you've still got to be passing, right? What we're doing is suspending a 2.0 requirement. And I think that is a reasonable expectation of those students who seek to do co and extracurricular activities. And frankly, if they don't, it's an incentive to actually do better, because that's what they need in order to progress on the track to master content and open up doors of opportunities for them in this academic institution. So I'll leave it at that.
De La Vara.
Thank you. I think we have to get away from this either or thinking, that it's either one way or the other, and embrace the complexities of what this virus has produced for us. I think that we can simultaneously advocate for the health and safety of our students and also recognize that there are side effects to doing that, other side effects. And it's not either or, but it's a both and. It's the whole thing. So I do personally have a problem in just thinking about the athletics that play and possibly even, band. I'm not sure. There are other extracurricular, just because of the whole social nature of it. But I know the Athletic Association has allowed for that. There are other things like chess club and things that I believe meet virtually, and we, don't want to necessarily, keep children from participating in those, clubs or the debate team or whatever else may be taking place. So I am going to support it. But I just thought it was important to acknowledge the complexity of all of it and how we have to go about embracing that.
And the only thing I will add to that, because I do find that it is a battle with one, like you said, one over the other. But I do think when we talk about our students' academic performance and looking towards their future, it is hard to say we will lax or lower standards for our children. And a 2.0 is not even a high measure, if you think about it realistically, for our children's future. But that's exactly what we're doing. And yes, all of it is it's almost like what you say, is the result of where we are right now. But I do hope that we will be able to move this as we go down the road. It's just for now. It's just for this semester. And we definitely will want to revisit this and do what is necessary for our children in terms of academics. And as you say, this is extracurricular, and it should be based on first how students perform, because that is the core business. That's
the core business. Yeah.
Core business. Anybody else? Okay. We have the motion and the second on the table. Madam Clerk, would you please call for the vote?
Board Member Rhonda Cheek, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Carol Sawyer, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Margaret Marshall, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Sean Strain, how say you?
You muted.
Yes, thank you.
Board Member Lenora Shipp, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Jennifer Delahara, how say you?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Thelma Byers Bailey, how say you?
Yes.
Board Chair Elise Dashew, how say you?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 9-0.
Thank you very much. Moving on to our next action item. Is there, we're going to talk about temporarily suspending parts of bylaw BEA. Is there a motion to temporarily suspend the provision in bylaw BEA that requires regular meetings of this board to be held twice monthly on the second and fourth Tuesdays of every month, except for July, November, and December, when the board will only have one regular meeting?
So moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion from Ms. Byers Bailey, second from Ms. Marshall. Would anybody like to discuss this before we go to the vote?
I would just say that we are, during this time of viral COVID environment, we having a challenge trying to find a location in the building where we can meet in person. And we finally, because none of us can meet on the dais, so now we're all in competition for the second floor, which is the only other big room in the building. So we had to find another date when we weren't in competition with anybody, and first and third Thursdays were the only date that we could come up with where nobody in the building seemed to be consistently wanting to use that room, so that we could meet in person for as long as, whenever we can, when it's technically feasible.
Any other comments or discussion about temporarily suspending bylaw BEA? Mr. Strain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, the genesis of this conversation is challenges to identify room to meet. There are two good sites there in the government building. We have 180 facilities across the county. We sometimes meet at those facilities. There's actually another room in the government building that we've met previously and would support our meeting socially distanced, and that's on the 5th floor. And so from that perspective, I think that the community has long understood when we were meeting, and those dates have been long set in stone. And so from that perspective, certainly when I started getting engaged and working with you all on the board and attending board meetings, committee meetings, and all that sort of stuff, this has been very consistent. And I think it's important because there are unintended consequences of making a move from our standard times as well. And so I find it difficult, having not explored all of our alternatives in terms of space and the ability to meet using space that we currently have, to be suggesting that we change the date. Seems to me that there's other implications that haven't been thoroughly thought through there. Although a number of folks have already identified conflicts that we would introduce with moving the date. So I certainly believe we should hold to the date, work using our space that's available to us, and frankly create another conference area like the board areas that we have certainly on the 2nd floor in our 5th floor space.
Okay, Dr. Jones. And I guess I just want to acknowledge that it's a little awkward the way we have to do this. We have another motion to follow that's about having to change our meeting dates in the coming year. Every year in December, we vote on our board meeting calendar for the upcoming year. And so the motion to follow this is about moving that to Thursdays. And but before we do that, we actually have a bylaw that spells out that our meetings are always on 2nd and 4th Tuesdays. So before we go to that motion, we have to vote on this bylaw. So I apologize to the public that we didn't explain the reason for changing the bylaw. And I'm sure we've got everybody thoroughly confused, but it's late. So, Okay, Dr. Jones, I saw your hand and then I saw Ms. Cheek's hand.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to, given what you just said, I'm a bit confused, but I'm going to just ditto what Mr. Strain said. I will not be in favor of changing our date. Tuesday, the consistency, I mean, if you're trying to say it's for a while, once it's in place, it's not going to change. And I don't see grand need to do so for all of the reasons that he just elaborated.
Right. Well, I will say that I would hope that this would be a temporary change and that once the chambers, so right now, as Mr. Strain pointed out, typically the city council and the county commission and the school board and some other governmental groups meet either in the chambers in the government center or in room 267 on the second floor of the government center. Right now, because of social distancing requirements, the chambers are just not a safe place to meet, not available for meeting with social distancing. And so you have multiple groups trying to use room 267. Our partners on the county commission have weekly meetings on Tuesday nights in room 267. And so it's gotten to a point where we just can't meet in person there anymore. So the options are to move to a different day, to meet remotely, or to find a different place to meet. And currently, you need a certain level of technology for streaming, for reliably streaming video and audio to the public when you meet in a location. And we do not have that reliability. We have met over the years in high school auditoriums and often have had, audio and video glitches for the viewing public. Similarly, with the fifth floor in the government center, we've had meetings there that have been glitchy. And so there is a possibility of investing in upgrading the technology on the fifth floor. But that is not something that I'm under the impression that we've got in the budget for this year, or that we could feasibly do in time for our January meetings. But I would love to see staff look into that and see if, if we can start meeting on Thursdays, then try to get ourselves set up with a better, more reliable setup on the fifth floor, we may be able to move back to the Tuesdays, which is what our community has grown accustomed to from many decades of our meeting on Tuesdays. That's what this is all about. But there is a chance that if we stick to Tuesdays, that we might need to be remote for a bit of time here meeting remotely, because I'm not sure that we'll have a reliable place available in time for our January meetings. CBA requires a 2/3 vote of the board membership, which is 6 votes. And with that said, Madam Clerk, would you please call for the vote?
Board Member Rhonda Cheek, how say you?
I vote no.
Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones, how say you?
Sweet puppy.
You're on mute, Dr. Jones.
No.
Thank you. Board Member Carol Sawyer, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Margaret Marshall, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Sean Strain, how say you?
No.
Board Member Lenora Shipp, how say you?
I'm going to say no.
Board Member Jennifer Delahara, how say you?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Thelma Byers Bailey, how say you?
Yes.
Board Chair Elise Dashew, how say you?
I say yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 5.
No,
Motion
it
fails.
fails.
The
It
motion
fails.
failed.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion failed by a vote of
5 to 4.
5 to 4.
Yeah. Okay, well, now I need your help, Madam General Counsel, because we have a calendar prepared for our Board of Education regular meeting schedule for 2021 that needs the bylaw to be suspended. And we don't have a calendar in front of us for the for Tuesdays.
That's correct. So the calendar that was prepared was hinging on the suspension. And so that calendar cannot be voted on at this time. And so you can, however, vote on what would have been the traditional calendar, but I don't know if those dates have been completely, vetted in terms of the actual dates. So let me just check one thing
Okay,
very quickly.
okay.
So I was checking with staff to see if we had figured out the actual dates. And one more second.
Okay.
Madam General Counsel, I think I just found the one you were looking for, if you could check your email.
So Mr. Jeter is working on getting those new dates, which would be our normal second and fourth Tuesday dates, to the board. He's going to email them to you so that you can vote on that calendar. So it'll just be a minute or two. So if you want to take a stretch, now's the time to do it. But hopefully it won't be very long.
Okay, and then we'll need to put that on board docs too.
Yes, ma'am. So Ms. Kelly is sending those dates to board members now and also uploading to board docs. Thank you, Nicole. So Ms. Kelly, so board members, you should have the calendar in your email. Do you all have it?
It's in our email.
It's the other day, January 14th.
Got it.
Thursday calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Kelly, you uploaded the Thursday calendar?
Oops, hold on. That was the one that Miss Blakeman sent me. Yvette, I have that one that you sent first. Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's the wrong one.
My phone just died. Madam Chair, if you would like to proceed with, while we're waiting to the report from the superintendent and come back to the action
Okay.
item.
So we can move the order around? Okay.
Sure you can.
Okay.
You can just come back to it.
All right. Well, Mr. Superintendent, if you are prepared, are you prepared to? We're a little bit out of order here, but to share your report?
Yes, Madam Chair, I will be very brief. Do I have the floor now?
Yes, you do. Go right ahead.
Thank you. At this time, Madam Chair, board members, I would like to update the board and our community about families' decisions for second semester regarding full remote academy and transportation. As it relates to full remote academy, with the movement into and out of full remote academy, we now expect about 57,000 of our CMS students to take advantage of the option to learn in a fully remote environment for the second semester. This represents a small increase from first semester to second semester, but it does not significantly alter the percentages of students whose families choose the in-person option for their students under our instructional plan. Since our last board meeting, CMS families completed also our and returned approximately 60,000 completed transportation enrollment forms. The information provided helps us gain an understanding of transportation need for the second semester. We have identified some efficiencies resulting from families notifying us that students do not need transportation. However, we are still evaluating the potential impact of drivers opting for available leave, and we continue to work to address any transportation challenges. Madam Chair, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Are we close to being ready, or should I move on to reports from board members?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, at this time, I will recognize any board member who would like to make a report. And as a reminder, this is our very last meeting with our student advisor, Mr. Schul. And so we definitely want to hear your parting words when you're ready, Mr. Schul.
May I say something ahead of Mr. Schul? Well, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Would you like to make the first report from a board member?
Yes, I guess this is a report. It's to Mr. Schul. Gabe, there's a saying, wisdom is only found in truth. And you, Gabe, have shared enough truths during your time on this board that I can say you're wise beyond your years. And I want to thank you sincerely for sharing your truths. That's it.
Is it Kara? Anyone else? Ms. Sawyer?
I would second Dr. Jones's admiration for Gabe's wonderful participation on the board. You've represented you've represented students well, and I wish you the best I have no doubt that you will have a great career and college and career ahead, and look forward to following you in the years ahead. So thank you for your work. And I'd also like to mention that tomorrow morning we have the meeting of the Facilities and Operations Committee. It will be streamed on Facebook and the other places it streams, and we will be reviewing our security and CMPD departments. That's all.
Ms. Marshall?
Gabe, thank you so much for your service. You've spent a lot of long hours with us while you're carrying a very full academic load. And I'm sure there are some very unforgettable nights you've had with us, and maybe some you would like to forget. But I really appreciate your energy and your your engagement through everything. It's just been a pleasure. And like Ms. Sawyer said, I think you're going to have a great college and career ahead of you, and we will be watching and be excited to keep up with your progress. Best to you.
Ms. Shipp?
Yes, Gabe, I just want to say from the first time I think I heard or met you doing a campaign piece where you had at Northwest School of the Arts, and I think you all had us board members. We were candidates for school board, and we came to that session that the students put on, was that Generation Nation involved. And at that time, I noticed you then, and I noticed your ability to be sharp, to be keen, and to really understand what was needed in terms of making sure you had the academic program you deserve and all children deserve. And I thank you for your support and all that you've done. You've just done a great job. You've been amazing in this role as student ambassador. And I wish you well, and I know your future is bright. So thank you.
Delahara?
Thank you. I mean, even tonight, Gabe had a fantastic idea, a tangible idea that Dr. Hayes said he would vet and look into, something that could be helpful in communication to the students. So it's just one example of many that you have given us over the past year. Just thoughtful questions asked, thoughtful responses, thoughtful conclusions drawn. And it's just, I think, an example of more of the critical thinking skills that we so desperately need more of in our country. So thank you for setting that example at 17, 18 years old. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Ms. Cheek, and then I see Ms. Byers-Bailey.
Gabe, I'm looking forward to hearing what comes next, because this is already behind you, and I know that you've already got great plans for the future. I thank you for all your contributions. I guess this is year 5 for us to have a student on the board. I'm trying to remember. 5 or 4?
No, 4, I think.
4.
Yeah, and everyone has been so unique and special to me, and so I just appreciate the all that you've done. And you know, you're part of a very special group of 4 young adults that have helped to guide and shape us this year, especially in the special year, the COVID year. So and I'm super excited about the person that's taken your place, because now I've got somebody coming from the north part of the county. So that's super exciting. I've never had anybody north of Harris Boulevard coming my way onto the board. So another person that lives up this way is going to be joining me. And but I do wish you all the best, and just give us an update when you start getting all those college acceptances and when you make that big decision where you're going to be heading to. We'd love to hear.
Exactly.
Okay, before I go to the next board member, I do want to let you all know that we do have a revised meeting calendar in our email inboxes, and I presume on board docs for the public to see as well. But before I go back to that, I did see 2 more hands, so I'm going to go ahead and call on Ms. Byers-Bailey and then Mr. Strain, and then you know what I'm going to do. Then I think we'll go back to the vote on the calendar, and then we'll come back, and Gabe, you and I can finish it up. How's that for a plan? Okay, so Ms. Byers Bailey.
Thank you. Gabe, you have been fantastic. We have thoroughly enjoyed you. Just and even to the tossing of the hair. You just brought so much personality to us. And, you know, every student we've had has been unique. And it has brought something special to our debates and our meetings. You just, you are so representative of what we're looking for when we first decided, pursuant to Ms. Erica Ellis Stewart's prodding, that we needed a student voice and you ground us, and we so appreciate you. We're so you shined nationally when we submitted your name to be a part of the Great City Schools conference. And that I think because we enjoyed so much student input, they decided, okay, we'll put some student voice into that, and you shine there too. It's been a pleasure to have you with us.
Mr. Strain.
Thank you. So I guess we get a send off from the south end of the county. And Gabe, proud of you for what you've done and what you've represented, not only from your school and your community, but more broadly across the district. And I think you've done a great job. And best wishes for the future.
Okay, so this is unusual, but let's go back and if board members, if you have had a moment to look at your calendar, I do want to let you know that, hang on here, the second meeting in September is actually going to be on the 29th. Which rather than September 28th, because September 28th is Yom Kippur. And so the second meeting of September 2021 on this proposed calendar is a Wednesday. But other than that, we're on Tuesdays. So if you've had a chance to peruse the calendar, I'm going to ask a motion.
Jennifer,
hang on one second. Sorry about that. I'm getting a note to hold off for a second.
Okay, I didn't get that note, so, okay. My apologies, I'm not sure what, because I didn't get the note that you received, so I don't know what the holdup is.
Charles said to hold on for a second. I think he's maybe double checking the
I think he's double checking with the religious holidays, and so there was a mix up.
Okay.
So again, apologies.
Okay.
No, it has been fixed and resent to board members.
And replaced on board docs for the public?
It's being uploaded, yes, ma'am.
Being uploaded. Okay.
So I think you can proceed with your motion.
Okay, so folks, we have a new calendar. And let me make sure I make the correct motion. So is there a motion to approve the 2021 meeting calendar?
What do we say?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Ms. De La Hara, second from Ms. Shipp. Any further deliberation? Ms. Marshall? You're muted.
Thank you. So this would mean we would have to be virtual for all these meetings?
Until we can get the 5th floor upfitted. We do not yet have any estimates on how much time that will take or what it will cost specifically. We have a little bit of back of the napkin.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we need to be very mindful of the fact that we have many needs this year for money. And so but Kim, because I do believe that, you know, hopefully in 6 months, we'll be back into the chamber.
I hope so.
That I'm hesitant to spend any money to upfit that space if this is just a temporary move. So I'm just putting that in the space right now. I'm very clear about that.
Okay. So it will be a separate conversation as to what is entailed with upfitting the 5th floor. There's just some more due diligence to do there. So worst case scenario, we just stay remote until the community gets to a point where we can meet in the chambers again. Okay. Any other discussion or debate before we vote? Okay, Madam Clerk, could you please call for the vote?
What are we voting on exactly?
The calendar, the new calendar of the 2021 meeting dates. And if you check your email,
that to me. Yeah.
sent to you.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Madam Chair, should I begin? Call the vote?
Yes, thank you.
Board Member Rhonda Cheek, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Dr. Ruby Jones, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Carol Sawyer, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Margaret Marshall, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Sean Strain, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Lenora Shipp, how say you?
Yes.
Board Member Jennifer De La Hara, how say you?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Thelma Bias Bailey, how say you?
Yes.
Board Chair Elise Dashew, how say you?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote 9-0.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, now I know the superintendent has already given his report, but he would like to share a few words on behalf of our outgoing student advisor too. And so, Mr. Winston, I'm going to turn back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to join our board members in thanking Gabe for his service. Gabe, you have certainly represented yourself, your fellow students, as well as this district well, and I can't wait to see what the future has in store for you.
And Gabe, before you go, I just want to point out that In a normal year, we would be in the chambers at the dais, and we would be presenting you with a ceremonial I am CMS poster with lots of pomp and circumstance, and we are having to adapt tonight. Obviously, we can't do that in person, but our board administrator, Nicole Kelly, and I went over to your house on Friday and hand delivered the poster. And Miss Kelly has a cute little picture of us masked up and socially distanced.
Nice.
He also got a thing of
That is.
candy for all the movies he's going to watch in his spare time now that he doesn't have to sit in on school board meetings that go to 11:30 at night. And if you want to just have that cute little photo going while you speak, or I guess we've shown the photo long enough, so I guess you could take that down, Miss Kelly. And Mr. Schul, for once and for all, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. You guys have been really so kind. I don't know what to say, but I do want to say thank you to everyone from the board, Nikki, Miss Kelly, Mr. Jeter, everyone that's helped me out so much, Superintendent Winston. You guys have been so accommodating. Thank you to Generation Nation, the Charlotte Mecklenburg Youth Council for making this position possible, and for the board for being accommodating to student voice and always being encouraging of student voices, because I think this position is something extremely important. Thank you to every teacher and student who's reached out to me and talked about their concerns for making this position something legitimate. Shout out to my mom, because while she's a huge proponent of student voice, she's not always a fan of having my voice in the house. So this position has only been around for 4 years, so it's relatively new, but I hope it's always going to be one that works to challenge the board and encourages a place of healthy criticism and argument. And more than that, I hope that it's a way to show any students watching or parents of students watching that the board's policies and the decisions are not out of their reach, and that there is always a place in CMS for students to speak up and to speak their concerns, and to know that this position exists and that they can do something about it, and that they can do something about policies that they don't like, and not just in the board, but anywhere else. So knowing that, I know that my successor, Brianna Fowler, I don't even need to wish her good luck, because she's going to do an outstanding job, and I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you to everyone. I'm sad, but at the same time, I'm really glad that I can look back on this experience, and I'm really glad that I got to meet all of you.
Thank you, and let us know where you go to school and how things are going. Don't just forget about us.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
That's
not.
right. Want to hear your journey.
Yeah.
So I will close this out as per tradition. And you certainly have challenged us, Gabe, and your challenging perspective has made our decision making better, and I'm very grateful for it. This has just been truly a historic year for you to be here with us, and I feel like ever since the pandemic caused us to shut down our schools, and that fateful board meeting of March 13th of this year, we've just been in a labyrinth ever since. I feel like we've been in a labyrinth. We're just finding our way through a maze with incredibly complicated problems that we've got to navigate our way through. And your feedback, your student perspective, your on the ground perspective has given us clues to find our way through that narrative, that labyrinth. And I thank you. I thank you for that. Your voice is powerful. The voice of our students is powerful. And we do need to hear that. And so I thank you for speaking, not just for yourself, but I know you've stayed in touch with many students, and you often get text messages during meetings to remind you of questions to ask or feedback to share. And so, you know, I want to thank you tonight. I want to thank, in addition to students, all the parents and all the employees who spoke during reports from the public tonight. The thousands of people who have been emailing us and calling us, while we are all feeling incredibly passionate emotions, and the stakes have been so high with every decision that we make this year. We truly do appreciate and learn from and need to hear from the public, whether it's students like Gabe or whether it's adults. So I want you to know that even when we get half of my phone calls are saying for staying open and don't going into remote, and the other half are saying to go to remote more quickly, I still learn from every single phone call and every single email. But there are not many people out there who can boil a complicated problem or dilemma down into a simple, cogent message the way that you can, Gabe. So that's a real gift. And I do look forward to seeing what you do next. But it's been a real pleasure to spend this year with you by our side. And with that,
Thank you.
yeah, I will thank you. And I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Woo.
Okay, all in favor, please raise your hands and say yes.
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 Any opposed?
I kind of wanted to stay till midnight just so we could say it was tomorrow. I was been up since 3:15 and I have to be in a training class at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I kind of probably should go to bed.
Probably. So on that note, seeing no opposition, we are adjourned.
Now.
Good night.
Good night.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you,
Night.
Gabe, for everything. I appreciate it.
Gabe, and good luck to you.
Yes.
You
You've
guys.
taught me a lot.
Thanks, you too.
Yes, indeed.
Stay in touch.
I will.
Make sure that poster gets hung somewhere really good in your house.
Of
Or in
course.
your dorm room.
In your dorm room, yeah.
Good night.